Good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening to those who are connecting us from different countries, different continents. And welcome to the Swahili Nation channel on the One Africa movement. Um, Tonight, I'm your host, Ezra from South Africa. Um, I'll be your host for tonight, and I know that it's going to be a great show, and we're going to have fun, and we're going to have time to be together and discuss African affairs, African matters, African solutions. So, welcome to the show. Tonight is going to be a great night, and to those who are joining us from anywhere else, please, before you do anything, like share, subscribe. First and first, before you even subscribe. The like button is for the subscribers. For those who've subscribed, just like after subscribing. Turn on the notification icon and yeah, and then get notified when we go live. You can be live with us um, and be part of the conversation. And at least when you know that you are starting the show with everyone, you can know the topic for the night or for the day, depending on where you're connecting from. But it's nighttime in Africa, Central Africa to be exact. It's 2018 p.m. In Central Africa or Central Africa. It's not just central as in the Central Africa per se in the country, but Central Africa, it includes countries like South Africa, where I am, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Eswatini, Lesotho, most part of DRC, Zambia, Angola, and then yeah, those countries mostly they're in the Central African time, and some countries in the north in northern Africa like Algeria, Egypt, they're also on the same time zone. And then if you're in Eastern African time, um, it's 21:18 p.m. East African time, which is Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, all those countries, they are more on the Eastern African time. And West Africa, we're talking about Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, Senegal. So it's really, really, really interesting time. And I'm just telling you the different time zones of different countries just on the continent. I have not even touched bases on other places out there in Europe and in the Americas, South America, North America. Most of them they're like 7 hours, especially if you're on Eastern time in the US. It's probably you're 7 hours behind Central African time, or 8 hours behind, depending on if you're in Eastern Africa. Then somebody who's in the Eastern time in New York, Philly, those states or those cities, you're 7 hours behind. So so it's nighttime. Probably it's daytime for you. It's in the afternoons. But welcome, family. And I know those who are in Asia, some of them it's already Monday morning for them. So welcome from wherever you are connecting from. I'm your host for tonight. I know some people will be asking, "Where's Mika? Where's Mika?" I have something for Mika. His Excellency is around. I just had a small chat because I was out. I was in another place today. I haven't really had time to be on my phone or to have really time to be on the net to check things. I've just been on the road doing some other work, but I'm here tonight, and it's I'm happy to be here with you, family. So join us and be part of this movement, be part of this beautiful movement, and let us grow together. Subscribe, and as you know, for those who might have just joined us recently, we are on our way to 200,000 subscribers. So subscribe so that we can reach 200. Especially this month, we need to reach our target is 200,000 subscribers. So join us and be part of this family that's growing, an African media platform, and be part of this. Be part of this, and do not take this for granted. Be part of the growth. Be part of the movement. We're already on 196,000. So go on your YouTube channel, on your YouTube, check for One Africa Movement, and you will see there, there's a channel called Swahili Nation, and I'm just going to show you for those who, I've had people asking me that, where is Swahili Nation? There's so many Swahili. There's only one, the legit one, the real Swahili Nation channel. I'm just going to share the link, or just show you just a bit of the page. This is the Swahili Nation channel. For those who are looking for this channel, or if you've told your family that there's a channel that you need to subscribe to, this is the channel that you need to tell your family and friends to subscribe to. Here's our channel, and you will see this banner here, 2022. We have to be brutally honest with ourselves. The year of action, 2022. We've declared a year of action for Africa, and that's the channel. When you see this banner behind, and you look at the subscribers here, it's 196 thousand subscribers. So uh just gonna try to highlight this. When you see the subscribers like this, you know you're in the correct channel. You're on the correct channel. So, and again, something to also note is the logo. The logo here, the SN Swahili Nation logo. So this is the correct channel for those who might see confusion. Um, the real channel to subscribe to, it's this one here. So subscribe, family, and let us grow together, and let's support the channel. Let's support the channel. Africans are supporting their own platforms, and growing together as different media platforms in Africa. But to be specific, Swahili Nation is your channel, the channel that is growing, a very one of the best channels you can ever watch. And I must say, this is the best channel you could be in, and be part of the best, and do not be left behind. So when you hear people saying Swahili Nation, this is the proper channel, the real Swahili Nation, the proper channel. So no confusion. You look at the subscribers, we are on 196 K, 196,000 subscribers. So our goal for this month is 200,000. Help us to reach that target, or help us to reach that goal, and reach out for more people. It's not all about just reaching a goal, but it's also about reaching the people. So we are in action trying to reach more voices and more Africans and more people in the diaspora to come and voice their issues, or come up with solution, teach us. This is a channel also, as we are doing, as we've declared that 2022, as His Excellency said, this is the year of action, when we need to be brutally honest in this year. We're not going to nurse feelings or anything, but we need to be honest. But in all these things, we need to take action. We need to take action. We need to take action. And so let's take that step of faith. Let's move forward, and let us grow together, and let us reach that target of 200,000, and reach more lives and more people out there, and let us build this beautiful continent, and build the African mind, and build people in general. And let us be educational to each other. Let us be useful to each other. Let us not just be people who are not imparting and learning from each other. We need to learn from one another, and we need to grow together. Growth is also part of learning. As we grow, we need to learn. If we're not growing, then we're not learning. So yeah, family, support, share on your social platforms, your Twitter account, your whatever, all these big social platforms. If you happen to have an account, share there on your platforms, and let more people join, and yeah, share. And the first place where you can start is starting with your family. Start with your own family, your brothers and sisters. Tell them, hey, this beautiful channel that I connect to every night. Join. And sometimes some people, because when you tell them, they'll delay. Just take their phone and just show them how to subscribe and how to like. Turn on their notification and just say, here it is, and give them their phone bags. Because if you don't do those things, people will say, yes, I'll subscribe, and they never subscribe, but they might join your channel and watch. So for those who just join us, please subscribe. You're on our way to 200,000. This is the real proper channel, the Swahili Nation. No other channel that you see. This is the real one. This is the legit, the real one, the real Swahili Nation channel that you need to subscribe to. So yeah, family, it's good to be here. I'm glad to be with you guys, and yeah, as I told some of the people that just joined us, subscribe, 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 subscribe. There's no other better place to be around this time where you can really feel free, where you can come and speak to people from different places uh, in the world. So do not be thinking just about where you are, but think of global. Think globally, share minds, come and be imparted, and also come and impart us with your knowledge as well. So thank you, family, for joining us. And I just want to acknowledge some few people. Or before we do that, family, it's a Sunday today. I know most of you are really busy. You've been trying to do other things, and but at the moment, we are really growing, and we need more content. If you guys have something that you feel that you need to share, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, a nurse, you're any professional, you're an IT pro, you are an engineer, there's something that you really feel that you want to come and teach us or help us to be aware of, feel free to contact us. There's the we have an email account where you can send us your maybe a proposal or anything that you feel that you want to come to the show and talk to people from all over the world. Um, so the email address is oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. I've just shared it there. If you've got something that you feel that you want to come and teach us or make us aware of, or you want to just share with the world for interest sake, so come and just send us an email on One Africa Official, and yes, let us talk and let us maybe create a slot for you to come and share with everyone. And as you've seen, a lot of people have been joining us, and a lot of people in this coming year, this year of action, 2022, the year of action, there will be a lot of action. There will be a lot of people that will be coming here from different industries, politicians, you name them. We are going to have them on the live streams. So make sure not to miss anything. Make sure that you do not miss anything. Make sure that you do not miss anything, and that everything goes well. So please, and another thing that I always encourage people is one of the biggest support that you can give us it's through super chats or it's through joining the membership. You can join the membership, the YouTube membership, or you can join the Patreon. So I'm just going to share as well the links if you want to join the membership. And on the YouTube membership program, what you can do is there's different categories and of membership programs that you can join and be part of and support this channel to grow and reach more people. So this is just one of the links that I shared uh, um, of the membership that you can join, the YouTube membership, and you can also become a partner. I mean, on the Patreon as well. I'm just going to share also the Patreon one. So click on that links, click on those links, and then go through it. Just check. Sometimes you might not do it now, but just have a look and see where you can fit in and also balance your finances and know, okay, I'm going to support in this way and that way. So yes, family, do that and help us grow and reach more people. So thank you very much for those who've joined us. Please like if you've already subscribed. Please like if you've already subscribed. Please like if you've already subscribed. I'm on repeat right now, but it's good being here, and I'm happy to be here. And His Excellency, um, uh, um, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the team working behind the scenes. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this movement and being part of this program and part of this big project. I sometimes call this a big project. It's not just a channel, but a project, because we are moving, we're forever evolving. So, yes, thank you, His Excellency Mika and the team as well for allowing me to be here. And I'd love to thank God. Above all, I would love to thank God. I believe in God, and I believe that this opportunity granted because of God's grace. It's not because I'm more wiser than other people or anything like that, but I thank God for this platform and for me to stand next to you, um, and be here and be part of this growing movement, meeting people from all over the world. I thank you, family, for being with us. I thank you for the strength, and I thank you for your prayers. For those who've been praying for us, we thank you. That's another big gift that you can give us, is to pray for us and to pray for the channel. If you believe, do that. And yes, let's contribute. Others, just come and join the live streams. Come and join uh, the the membership. There's different ways to support. It's not always money as well. Prayer is one of them. We believe in prayer. Pray for us if you can. And if you want to support financially, do that. Super chat, whatever is there that you can contribute, that you feel that maybe God has laid in your heart to do, do it. We're not saying, we're not forcing you, but just do that. If it means you have to just subscribe or just contribute to every topic on the comment section, do it. Do not sit on the benches and think everything is just there for others. You need to be part of the movement. You need to be part of the movement. You need to be part of the movement. So please do that. Please do that. And if there's any news that you think we should be focusing on, as I said, that today this weekend, I've just been all over the place. I've been running around, organizing other things, but I have not really had time to be listening to a lot of breaking news and whatever is happening in the continent. But if there's anything that you would love to highlight, you can just comment on the comment section, drop something there, link or whatever, and let's talk. Let's talk, family. Let's talk, family. And yeah, and whatever, And I'm just gonna open the lines as well. If there's anything you want us to talk about or focus on in this year of action, you know, and things that you think as a media platform that you think we should improve on, please let us know. Talk to us and tell us, hey guys, this, that, and come up with solutions. And we are open for criticism as well. If there's things that you think we could have done better, do that. We can only learn and take the positive out of it, especially when you bring solutions. It's better when you show your sister some of the things that he might not be doing well, but showing him other suggestions. You like, you can do it this way, you can do it that way. It also boosts the person's confidence and morale. So come and join us, and let's talk about anything. Tonight I'm just gonna open the lines, but this is the year of 2020. 2022 is the year of action. What are we talking about when we say action? Action in love, action in peace. We talked about those things a couple of days ago, and what should we be honest about? We should also be honest as Africans and as people in general, whether in the diaspora, in the Americas, everywhere, Europe, everywhere, Asia. We've got all our people are all over the place. What should we be doing? What are the truths that Africa needs to learn this truth and really take action, instead of just hearing the truth and just remaining stagnant or not doing anything? What should we be focusing on? What kind of action should we be doing as Africa to develop? We need to get to those places where we can really do a self introspection as a continent. How do we, as a diverse continent, how do we unite as a diverse continent? Just one of those topics that have been running over my mind. What do we do as a continent? What are we? How do we unite people? And what is unity? To some people, it's different things, but it all comes in many ways. Unity is not just one word or one form of just people coming together. It's not all about that. It's bigger than that. So family, what do we do as Africans? How do we electrify Africa? That's one of the topics that have been running over my mind, because I've got so many things in my mind that I've been just thinking, especially in the course of the day. How do we make sure that Africa develops well? And you can't talk about development without electrification of Africa. How do we build the infrastructure in Africa, the electrical infrastructure? How can we put the electrical infrastructure for the whole continent, not some countries, the whole continent now. This is what we should be focusing on as a plan of action. How do we do it? How do we even electrify Africa? We know all the potential places. Congo is one of the most potential places for hydroelectricity, for example. The Sahara is also abundant with sunlight. How do we utilize the Sahara for solar and all this green energy that we can also use, because everyone is moving into the green space? Hydrogen, how do we tap into those technologies and build and be part of this movement? The world is moving into another direction. Is Africa ready to move with development? Are we going to miss another wave? Because when I look at the economies of Africa, we always miss the waves of why others have successfully uh, managed to grow faster than us, is because they've always kept with the pace, and they've always took, when the wave was going up for something, they also aligned themselves with that wave. Why is Africa not aligning itself? Uh, I think I had lost the connection there. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back again. Yeah, how do we ride the wave? Currently, Africa needs electricity. Africa needs power. How does Africa build its infrastructure, the power infrastructure to be specific? How are we going to do? Because if you've got electricity, just like water, if you've got water and electricity in most nations, you can really, literally, you have the potential to build any industry. But you can't talk about any industry or any manufacturing without power. Are we ready for that? Because the world is moving into green technologies, wind, solar, hydrogen. Uh, just what's the other one? I just forgot the word for it. Others are even using gas, for example. But gas is really not really put so much on the forefront, because it's more of a natural resource that can be depleted. And we also have nuclear. Can we use nuclear in Africa? We have a lot of uranium in Africa as well. We can build nuclear power stations. It's not rocket science. We have the mineral, the bases that we can use to build all these things. We've got iron, we've got everything to build any industry or any sector that we need in this continent. So are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready to ride the wave? As most of the other countries are building, are moving away from coal, even gas, and other sources of power. Are we ready to also build using the what is now embraced, which is green technology or green energy for some people? Are we also riding the wave, or are we just gonna the world move into the green space, and then we'll catch up someday when we're ready, when they're already mastered the technologies and everything? That's when Africa must start doing. Talk to me, talk to us, talk to us. Are we really ready? That's a big question. The reason we are falling behind is we are not riding on any wave. We just leaving everyone to do things, and then we're always playing catch up, or we are forced to play catch up because the world is moving there. They own the technology, they own the whatever is there, and then we have to now have focus and build those things as well. And what are the best places? I mean, the sun. We have abundant sun. I think a lot of countries can, even though I've heard that other countries, as hot as they may be, they might not have a lot of solar wise. They might not generate a lot, but we need to plan, we need to think, we need to come up with ways. I know a lot of African countries are having some of those technologies in place, or some of these policies in their government. But do you even know about your plans for your country in terms of the green technology? And green technology is not just about power only, it moves even housing, so many sectors that are affected by this thing, even buildings. Just something to think about there. something that we really need to think about, and something that we really need to harness and be part of. We should not be sitting hearing people talk about. It's like you going it's like people are talking about the future, like how they're planning to build roads and build this and that and that, and we want to just sit back and say we have no money. That's a wrong idea to have. If we are if we are planning to act in this year, when we are planning, we need to be planning to act, not planning to just sit, or not planning because we're thinking the finances are the issue. Finance is not the issue for us not to plan. We must plan. We must plan. We must move. We must move, family. But anyway, before I go a little deeper, I would really love to pray. I would love to invite those who believe in prayer to pray with us in your own way, the only way that you feel comfortable, the only way that you know, do that. We're not imposing prayer on anyone, but for us who believe, we shall pray. Just to answer those who say, hey, hey, we don't believe in, let those who believe and pray. If you don't, it's still a choice. No one is forcing anyone. So, family, um, as a norm, as One Africa movement, I'm just going to pray. I'm just going to open in prayer before we start uh, getting deep into this conversations for tonight. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that we as we gather here as brothers and sisters from all over the world. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for your understanding. We pray that, Lord, everyone will learn something tonight. It will not just be a show where we just talk, but we don't come with solutions. But at the end of this show, may people have something that they can say, I've learned this today, or I've contributed this today. I pray for boldness to those who want to come who have so much knowledge and skills. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you give them the boldness to come and join us and speak to us and share that knowledge. May that knowledge not be, uh, uh, s- may they not keep the knowledge within them, but may they share that knowledge that you've imparted upon them. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you, family. Thank you, family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to acknowledge a couple of people that have been on the comment section. I see a lot of people have been commenting. Anali Wondimo, we love you, bro. We love you too, Anali. Soso, we love you, brother. Hi, Ahmed Bashir. Hi, Ethiopia, the mother country, the mother of Africa, Ethiopia. Um, Sophia, hello Africa, no more one Africa, and Sosna, hey, welcome Sosna, Ahab, welcome, Shalom, Ethiopian Hausa, Shalom. Uh, somebody was just telling us Ethiopia it's 9 p.m. Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. It's going to 10 p.m. right now, almost 10 p.m. AG, welcome, AG. Tell Tracy your secret. Tracy, come. I want to tell you our secret tonight. Can you join us? I see you a lot. Tell Tracy your secret. I think you have so many secrets, Tracy. It's time that you also join and share your secrets. Please come and share the secrets. There's all this information that's hidden for us. Uh, yeah. And Tracy from Jamaica, I knew that you're from Jamaica, and thank you for the people of Jamaica. I know there's Icon, there's a lot of people from Jamaica, all the Caribbean, even Brother Rich, he's from St. Kitts. I know there are also all those islands there in the Caribbean. A lot of people that also join us from other Caribbean islands there, Cuba. I think we've had one, but yeah, I mean, welcome to the family. All the people in the all those countries there in the Caribbean. Welcome, family. Welcome. Tell us, okay. Okay, okay, okay. The more, the merrier. The more, the merrier. One Africa, Swahili nation. One Africa, salute. His Excellency always salutes. We are here for the struggle must continue. A luta continua. The struggle. We are here. We need to work. We need to use our hands. Abzeko 29. Let's go 200,000. Let's go. Abzeko 29. Let's go 200, 200, 200, 200. We're going for it. We're going for it. Uh, we're going for it. We're going for it. Man, what else? What else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Let's see. Let's see. Hello, Swahili Nation. Fatum Muhammad. Welcome. Welcome, Fatum. Always glad to see you. Um, wow. One Africa. GB. Thank you. GB. Nice seeing you. Nice seeing you. Um, good to see you. And always a pleasure to see you joining us every night. Um, wow, Sophia Ahmed, tell them, subscribe, please share and like. you know, uh, wow. Who else is in the comment section? I'm just going through this comment section, and the lines are open. Family, you can come and join us. For those who just join us, um lines are open. The link is there. You can come and join us and let's talk, family. And Chrissy, welcome, Chrissy Etienne. Always a pleasure seeing you, Chrissy. Uh, uh, a dear sister, a smart sister, a really organized sister. And Abdu Kebede, no more. Thank you. Fatou Muhammad, thank you for your prayers. Um, Aida Muhammad, thank you for the prayers. Uh, Shawit Hailey, welcome. And Dr. Sadeke, welcome. Always nice seeing you. Amen. Aida Muhammad, amen. So, yeah, family, the lines are open, the link is there, and I would love to welcome my brother, Mwenda Tezi. How are you, Mwenda Tezi? Mwenda Tezi.
How are you, Ezra?
Oh, good, Mwenda Tezi. You good?
Yeah. Yesterday I missed you guys. What happened?
Yesterday just a miscommunication because I've been away and stuff, and I've been struggling with some network where I was. Hence, I could not organize. Sorry, family, for yesterday. Not Mika's fault, my fault. Where I was, it was bad. I got a lot of messages this morning when I came home, and a lot of people tried contacting. Even His Excellency, he asked me to set up things and all that. I only saw that late, where I was. I could not connect. Network was even bad, and yeah, I'm also planning to get a new phone. My phone is, yeah, it's old. It's old. But sorry, family, for yesterday. Um, yeah, where I was, it was a problem. It was a problem. I wasn't in the places where I normally am, or in my house where I will be having fiber connection, stable network, and all those funny things, all those good things. So I was in another place and I had a small router, but yeah, it failed me. But Mwenda Tenzi, welcome, brother. And sorry about yesterday as link and us not being able to come online. But we are here tonight,
Uh,
and we will be here this whole week. So I know you had maybe a lot of things that you wanted to put out there, but tonight is your platform, Mwenda Tezi. And the floor is yours, brother.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, it's not a big deal. In fact, yesterday I came to realize that yeah, that this time of the night I usually just spend it on Swahili Nation, so it felt a bit odd. But
You did the show, not on online. Like what? Let me call Victor. What's
I
wrong?
was wondering
Where are
where am
you?
I going to say my thing.
I'm sure His Excellency got a lot of nice messages on WhatsApp and every place, emails. Hey, where are you? Why are you not live? Why are you not live? You promised to be live every night. Where are you now? Yeah, here, family. Sorry about yesterday. Sorry about yesterday. Really, my sincere apologies. The I was supposed to set up yesterday. His Excellency had nothing to do with yesterday's connection not being us not being able to come live. I'm the one to punch tonight. You can punch me tonight as much. I'll take it. I came ready for it.
Not a big deal, at least it's also good to miss someone. So, let me talk about something that you've just talked about right now, and that is electricity
Uh,
in Africa.
when the
Right?
Thursday,
Very
I think we have
common this, yeah.
when the Thursday, we're having a
Hello.
problem. There's an echo on your mic. I don't know if you put it close to your mouth or what's happening there. Can you just check for us? I think we're having. I don't know if it was me alone, but there was sort of a feed or an echo thing there. Um, when the Thursday, we just fix and then uh, the flow will be yours, when the Thursday. I know that uh, you have so much to say, and there's just so much that you want to share. But as Monatens is just focusing on fixing his audio or his microphone, family, join us. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. What have we missed yesterday? For those who had something that they wanted to talk about yesterday, you are more than welcome to join us. You are more than welcome to join us. You're more than welcome to join us. You're more than welcome to join us. I'm just gonna share the link for those who just joined us or who missed the link. I think I just had. Yeah, I'm just gonna share the link. Come, let's talk. Okay, let me welcome Mondatezi again. Welcome, Mondatezi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now perfect.
Oh, thank you. I'm also struggling with the internet here. You, you're not alone.
Tonight I'm in another. I'm somewhere else. I'm not at my house, but I'm in my other house, my parents' house. So I had to pass and see them. Family is still important. We need to check up on them. They are growing. We need to support them where possible. But at least where they are, they've got one of the best internet connections. So I don't foresee any issues.
Oh, okay, that's good. I actually agree with you. I wanted to speak about electricity because you spoken about it right now, and
Hmm.
I wanted to say that in this week in northern Kenya, in a place called Wajir, for those who are familiar with East Africa, there was a blackout, and because of that blackout, a hospital which had incubators, two children who were in incubators, they died. So I see this, and I keep these are very, I think, very annoying and very, like I said, when you go to public hospitals in Africa, you find very grotesque things, like something like electricity can just go. and people die, and also somebody in the ICU. So I think Africans, we should really deal with this electricity problem. I feel like, although I can see that there's a lot of effort put down by governments. If you look online, maybe they are building solar panels, solar, a lot of dams by maybe for dam, also the Julius Nyerere Dam, and Ethiopia with their famous dam. So I feel like maybe it's one of those few issues that I think a lot of African governments are united in creation of electricity. I don't know how South Africa is doing, because I was hearing that you guys are having some problems with your electricity company.
Yes, we've been having some. We are building as well. A lot of things are happening. It's just now when you have an economy that consumes a lot of power, uh, and we've got industries, mining, and obviously some manufacturers. They consume a lot of electricity, and also having a country. I mean, if you look at South Africa's electrification as a country, um, it stands on I think 95% or something of the country is electrified, and the places where you might find that there's no electricity, probably it's a we have what we call informal settlements. Some people use other words like shacks or squatter camps, but normally they will use informal settlement, which is like people who move from let's say villages to live in the cities, but maybe they are unemployed, but they are coming forward for greener pastures or for better opportunities, and they can't afford a lot of things, so they end up looking at vacant land, studying how building some small homes there, and they live in those places. Then obviously it's not something that the government planned for. Then and in South Africa, if obviously a place is not recognized, they won't just put water and electricity. But if it's recognized by the government, it's on the map, then and people have what maybe a title deed or some form of ownership of that place, then electrification can come in, roads can come in, water can come in. So those are the issues. But in terms of electrification, even most villages that I know or where I have families, they have electricity. So the only issue now has been after 94 when the government took over. We used to have the cheapest electricity in the world, one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest in the world. We had a abundance of electricity. But then when the government took over, the ANC government took over, they had to now develop where most black people were living. Most black people didn't have electricity in most areas where they lived, unless if you lived in a small town, if you live next to a village. Then you live in a town or you live in a suburb, you will have electricity, or you live in what we used to call townships, you will have electricity. But if you really live in a really deep village, you will not have electricity. But the government, one of the things that I can really say our government did well was electrifying the villages in South Africa. That's one of the best policies that they've done. Other things you can criticize them, but in terms of electrifying the villages, one of my villages where my grandparents lives in, it's electrified, and it's been over 20 years now with electricity. So that's one policy that they did well in terms of reaching out to the outskirts. Those building more where people didn't have resources. There's still a lot because a lot of black people were really just on the edge, just living off whatever they had because the system was just catered to support the cities and more in fact the white community, if I may say so, and business. That's all they wanted to cater for. But for the black folks, it was you had to use other means to cook wood. Right now in South Africa, you will hardly see people really cooking with wood every day. It's there and there where you can find some people where they're still using wood to cook. In most cases, they're using electricity or gas. So yeah, the thing is now, remember, as I was telling you, Mondatenzi, now what they're doing was they electrified a lot of places, but they were not building new capacity. That's where the problem became. Right now, we end up having what we call load shedding, but it's not every day. It's not like every day there's power outage in South Africa. Every day, depending on where you stay. Other places, what I know when people talk about load shedding, It's not even load shedding. There are places where some people have breached and all that. Then the municipalities kind of punishing them with sometimes cards and whatnot, you know. But in general, it's not something that's out there every day. I mean, sometimes you leave a month, full month, no load shedding, but when it comes, they'll notify you and they'll tell you if it's stage one, this area that you'll get a, you can even go to the website, check, and then you'll know that okay, if I'm based in Joburg, if I'm in Randburg in Johannesburg, I can check and see okay, Randburg will have a power outage around 2 p.m. From 2 to 4 o'clock. So I can plan my day and say, okay, I must have my phones charged. Sometimes maybe you are even lucky you're not in your house, you're at work, so it won't affect you, you know, for that 2 hours. Then the worst case will be like a stage four. Stage four is like 4 hours of no electricity in your area, but the rational power. If your area is affected now, other places have electricity, then they'll take like that. But in the night, mostly you will have electricity. But that time it's because of the power like maintenance because we are using a lot of coal power stations in South Africa. We are not using hydro. We have hydro, but it's not because South Africa is not really a water abundant country. It doesn't have a lot of water like rivers and all that stuff. We have a big coastal line. I think it's the second after Somalia, and but in terms of the inland, there we have a few big rivers, if I may put it that way. So we don't really have a lot of hydro schemes, but we they are there, but in just maybe two, three, four, or something like that. They are not really as a lot that powers the country. Most of the power that powers the nation is coal. They have a lot abundant coal as well in South Africa. Yeah, that's why we opted for coal, and on coal, we also use coal to even do petrol, your petrol diesel using coal. It's there's a company called Sasol. It's one of the leading technologies and chemical company that does that using coal to produce petrol because, and this company was created because of the sanctions in South Africa. So the government during the sanctions, they knew that a lot of countries are restricting them from trading. Then they said, screw those countries, let's build our own. We have abundant coal. Let's use the coal to produce petrol and stuff. That's how they navigated all the other things. So, but yeah, the capacity was the problem was the resources were of electrify. If the goal to electrify 100% of the country came at the cost of us not investing in new power station. Now it's about supply and demand. In short.
Yeah, actually, it's a very interesting topic. I don't know why I've never seen, we rarely talk about South Africa. We are it's very interesting because South Africa, the history of South Africa is defined, especially during the apartheid and now. To compare it, I want to ask this question that when it comes to reform, first of all, when we talk about we want to talk about huh?
I think that thing has started again. That echo. I don't know if it's a microphone. It sounds like a microphone.
You can't hear me?
There's an echo, sort of a feed. There's a feed or echo there.
Can you
Just
hear
check
me?
the microphone.
Hello?
I don't know. What are you using? Are you using a microphone? Are you using headsets? Earphones? What are you using, Monatezi?
I'm using the right. I'm using it.
Mm, this microphone is failing us, Monatezi. I don't know, man. Can you do this? I think can you do what you did earlier, where you disconnected and reconnected? Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, just do that. As we wait for Mondatezi, how can we electrify Africa to industrialize? There's no industrialization without power. So how do we act? How do we plan these things, and what do we do as Africa? And what do you know all about the structures and plans for your country, if in any country that you are, to electrify and make sure that electricity becomes a basic human need. It's not something that it should be one of those extras. It needs to be a basic human need, because electricity basically runs most of what you are doing. For us to connect like this, it's electricity. It's electricity. And I'm gonna welcome my brother from Jamaica. I can fire. Long time, brother.
What's going on, big man?
All good, my big brother. All good, all good. Happy to see you. It's been a while, brother, and I've been asking myself. I've been checking on the comment section. I've seen your absence. I do register, don't you know? I register people every day. I check like I can fire
I did
present.
not know that. I did not know that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can fire. I can fire is a brother from Jamaica, family for those who don't know. But the topic today, I can fire. Electricity is an issue in Africa, and I'm not sure about Jamaica. How you guys handle and how do you generate power in your country?
Okay. Well, well, I all I can do is um make small suggestions. I don't know the landscape of South Africa, but what I do know is there's a electrification going on in Africa, and South Africa would be smarter to enhance that. What I mean is they using coal, right?
Yeah, the
In
majority
some levels,
is cold.
in some levels. So it is suggested that it has to be stopped. So what
Exactly.
so South Africa should be thinking a bit broader in terms of the Inga Dam. So what South Africa should do is enhance the Inga Dam, financially support the Inga Dam. So in return, electricity can stretch all the way to South Africa through that through
Exactly.
that investment. Don't you think that's a solution?
I can tell you, Icon Africa. I'm in the power industry, by the way. For those who don't know, uh, I'm revealing my identity. so,
Okay.
but anyway, yeah, there's sort of a memorandum of understanding with Congo, DRC, for the Inga
But it
project.
don't matter. It don't no, all of that don't matter. I'm
Mm,
talking about actually wanting your own solution, right? So
mm,
for your own solution, you should finance it. So it's not no memorandum of understanding, none of that. Just finance it. You feel
mm,
me?
mm,
Just start putting money into the process of making the dam complete. That's
mm,
it.
mm.
You
If I can,
understand?
if
So
I can
so
just
so
say something there
to
as
me
well.
it's a financial thing. You feel
Mm,
me? And
mm,
South Africa has to look out for what's better for them. And making other people better can be the what you call it, the answer for South Africa. So stop thinking about South Africa and think about Africa and think about the water that you need is in Central Africa, right? The water that you need to make clean electricity is in Central Africa. So that's the only solution because there's no more real water body. And also, Zimbabwe is another Zimbabwe between Zimbabwe and
Zambia.
Zambia is another option where you have to stretch your hands out and look for um security for your own people instead of censoring your mind to the borders. You feel
Mm,
me? Because I know South Africa is thinking about South Africa's problem. That's not the
mm.
case in Africa, because as long as you connected to the land, you still Africa. So you have, I think thoughts have to be, we need to think that way. That's all. There's
If I
no
may
option
answer
either.
you, if I may answer you, Icon Africa, the what you're saying, it's already there is a plan, in fact, from many government, especially in the SADC and even in Central Africa. There
Yes,
is plans to utilize and combine money to fund all the INGA projects, because it's not even about one country. It is about majority of sub-Saharan Africa can benefit from DRC's waters. And when you talk about the capacity between DRC is the one with the most water bodies. It has the deepest rivers,
yes,
and
yes.
in terms of rainfall, it has the highest rainfall in the continent.
No, I
So
heard what the capacity.
mm,
I know the capacity of what the Inga Dam can do.
exactly. So that
Mhm.
project is for the continent. The plans for it is for the continent. It's not even for one country.
No, the reason why I'm
No.
saying this, right? This
Mm,
is the reason why I'm saying this. South Africa has gotten a raw deal from the world nations with using coal, and
mm,
there's a little rift going on,
mm,
right?
mm.
So 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 that it means that South Africa don't have enough water to do that a clean, what you understand, electric source.
Mhm.
So that's why South Africa really have to think about themselves too. Like, because what I mean is South Africa is one of the said to be one of the richer countries, right? So
Mm,
so South Africa has to step up. You understand, practically first, and,
exactly.
and maybe lead in terms of the building of the dam.
Mm.
It can do it.
Yeah, it can.
So what if it's helping other nations? And so what if other nations maybe fall in line, you see me, but you're not supposed to care about that, even though it gonna benefit them. You understand? That's
Mm,
just how I see it.
mm. And if I can tell you the plan for electrification, already remember we have a lot of space, a lot of places. There's
Yes,
a big province that's bordering Botswana and Namibia. Remember,
yes,
Namibia has a desert as well. It's mostly dry. So there's already the solar projects that are running there. Already others are commissioning, putting into the national grid, and there's plans to what the plan for South Africa is do an energy mix. We do not rely on one source of energy anymore going forward. So even the we have nuclear. We have I think the only nuclear facility in Africa. It's only South Africa. So there is plans
it's
to
still
build
in
more
it's
nuclear,
still in is it
and
still in operation?
yeah, it's still operational. They even extended the lifespan by another 20 years. By the way, it's not far from Cape Town. It's called Kubek Power Station. You can Google it and check. So,
Where you
and there
get
are plans to build
where you
more.
get uranium? South Africa has uranium.
Yeah, it has uranium. South Africa
Okay.
is one of the most diverse when it comes to resources. Just people don't talk about it.
I know that. No, I know that. I know that. I was just asking. I
Yeah,
listen, I'm not surprised. You see
it
me?
is. It's
I'm
not the
not
biggest.
surprised.
It's not like Chad, or it's not like Namibia, but we have.
Yes, yes, yes.
We're not powering, we're not sending our most of our uranium to France. But
Oh,
uh,
oh,
as I was telling you, the plan, right? The plan is to have what we call an energy mix. Energy mix, it means we're using gas, we're using nuclear, we're using the sun. We have a lot of abundant sun, and we are regarded as one of the best location for solar power station. To build power station is one of the best in terms of the amount of sunlight per day. We have longer sunlight days with sun. So we are one of the best location to build a solar
yeah, I think that
power.
Namibia
Even
desert
Namibia
where
as
you
well,
can
and
use it.
Botswana as well. You know,
Yes, yes.
so and what else? So yeah, Inga Dam, the Inga project it's an African project, by the way. I can you can read some documents on even AU has identified that place. It's just I wonder why all these big countries, Tanzania, everyone. I know Tanzania they've just built a hydro as well. I think it's a 2,000 megawatt project. It's almost complete or complete,
As
but I'll
I'm
check.
saying. as
Part
I'm
as well.
saying, as I'm saying, boss man,
Mm,
uh, South Africa is known to be richer than a lot of these countries that you're talking about. You feel me?
mm,
The Inga Dam is a grand scale,
mm,
is on a grand scale. So as I'm saying is South Africa um having having a what you'd call it, a high income population type of thing going on. So what I'm trying to say is to maintain it, you have to invest in the dam because you are being what you'd call it looked on. You understand what I'm saying?
mm,
Not
mm,
the
mm,
other countries, not
mm,
totally the other countries, like you specially, because I hear it. You feel me? And I'm trying to say is take the initiative with some of that money, spend in that other country for electricity to come to you and light your world also, and slow down, then you can slow down on using coal.
mm.
You feel
Exactly.
me?
Exactly.
Because it's an issue.
It is an issue, and one of the issues, Icon, what you're saying, right? Um, one of the economic issue that's going to even affect South Africa when we currently as all this climate summits and stuff, they've started
Yes.
imposing a lot. Even some finances are not going to be financing any coal projects, be it a mine or even a power station. So the more the finance are shrinking on the coal, it leaves another big a dent on the economy because there's communities, there's big towns that have been built on coal,
Yes, I
and even some of these
definitely
power
understand.
stations, it's a ripple effect that is it's really scary when you look at it.
Yeah, I that's why I'm trying to speak this way because I'm not trying to impede on no and our business totally. You feel me?
Mm,
But it is an issue, and maybe my people haven't thought of it that way. You feel me? But
mhm.
by extension, helping each other finish a project can help you work with it. You feel me? I say work with it, go head on for it to be completed. You feel me? That
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying. You feel me?
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Get you.
need these we have to weigh our options and take our options, make use of our options. If we are talking about continental unity, well, there, you feel me?
Mm, mm.
Well, I, do something to benefit them that's still gonna benefit you. I think that's great. Win-win.
Win-win.
You feel
I
me?
think you'll be answering someone's comment. I'm gonna run that past that comment as well from somebody who mentioned something like that.
Of
But I
course.
just want to welcome Wenda Tenzi, and then as we round up, then I'll show you this comment, and I'll love to hear your comment as well. Wenda Tenzi, welcome back.
Hello. Can can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, okay. I was talking about the coal projects in the South Africa, and actually just Africa as a whole. I don't know what you guys were arguing. I think I've got you guys halfway talking about. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I was
We-
I was curious that
Ken was talking
because
about the Inga projects there in DRC. That South Africa should take an initiative to just put money into it, so that at least for the future, since coal has been now, like if you look at most of the international financiers, some of them have already said they won't be financing any coal projects going forward. And South Africa, there's countries that pledge some money for South Africa to start moving away from coal, and because like I think 80% of
Yeah.
our power comes from coal. So
So
that's what he was.
one of the main things I was saying is um South Africa um having a status of having as of being having some financial stability, right? Should just um start pumping money into the Inga Dam. Have it finished in however many years it, have it speedily done. You understand? Get your engineers on it. Start buying land or making um what you'd call it agreements with nations to run your electricity to the dam. You feel me? Do these things for you to for you to have your own what you'd call it clean electricity. You feel me? So so
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
If I could interject, I don't think I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't think Africa, the way Africa works and the way African countries work with each other is not, it's not that simple. It's not just pumping money. Plus, as my brother Ezra has spoken, that South Africa, I think right now is having a little bit of issues adjusting from the apartheid economy to an economy that encompasses everybody. So I don't know if the economic situation they are
You see, there's a big
capable of
thing going on.
financing such a big project outside South Africa. I don't know if
All right,
Ezra,
look at
is it
this.
possible?
Well, yes, it is. Look what's happening, right? I'm gonna say this to you. Because South Africa is not the same. Right now you have SADC. SADC governs all of that. So SADC could South Africa being a member of SADC could make that happen through SADC. I know. I listen, it's also political. You feel me? So I'm telling you that shit, that's the only
But
option. I
Congo is
mean,
not in SADC.
where's another option? What's another option? You can't have
Uh,
you can't use solar to to do 60 million people so easy. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to think stability, permanent stability. It can work.
okay. I think this I think it's a misconception that coal is going away. I think right now coal is I think coal right now has the highest demand in history. Right now there's a high demand for coal all over the world. It's only China, and China is actually the one, the biggest consumer of coal in the world actually, and they're the ones who are said that they'll stop these projects of funding coal projects outside the world. So since they are the biggest
So
consumer,
you're not promoting clean air.
it's not like, okay, do you, it's a something, it's about, you have to, you have to, it's a give and take. You have
You
to,
have to
do you
understand, my
want
bro.
energy
You
or
have
do
to
you want
understand.
clean air? That was what I was actually, I wanted to ask Ezra that question, that because Kenya was actually toying around with this idea of having coal projects, but there was a lot of protest, and people, including me, I was very afraid that, hey, if you bring coal, how will the air be affected? Will the air be all smoky? I don't know. So how is coal
It
affecting the
depends.
air
It
of South
depends.
Africa right now?
Like the regions where most coal, where there's most coal power stations, obviously there are red zones for pollution, but it's not really pollution where it's out of control. It's just affecting everyone. It's just now when they talk about clean air in the environment in general, it's not really the best places to live if you really want a clean environment, then you rather go
This
to
is
other
what I'm
spots
saying.
somewhere else.
This,
But
this is what
again,
I'm saying.
mm,
This is what I'm saying. You don't have to believe everything about global warming, right? But we are Africans. We love trees. We love birds. We love bees. So we have to take an initiative also to protect our place. You understand? to protect our stuff. So so this is what I'm trying to say to you, that we still have to love clean air. And if hydro electricity is one of the cleanest forms of electricity right now, believe it and like it and work with it. We have abundance of water to electrify Africa. Why don't we can use coal to achieve that? But you cannot, like, oh, we just use coal. So you use coal to achieve that. And after you achieve that, you cut down on burning coal. You feel me? So that's how
Mhm.
I see that's how I see things. We have to think solution, right?
You know why coal, right? In terms of generation, in terms of power generation, right? Coal, people can talk whatever they want to talk compared to hydro, compared to solar, and I'm not beating up on those technologies. It's still the most efficient. It's still the most stable. Let me put it that way. It's not. It's still the most stable source of power
and
generation.
reliable.
It's still the
What,
most
coal?
reliable because with hydro you have climate things that can also affect your hydro, regardless of there's technologies obviously to reuse water and all the other things. But with
All right,
coal,
coal
when
can't run out.
you more likely you have a stable power
All right,
generation.
coal
That's what
can't run out. I'm asking you if coal
it,
cannot
it,
run out.
it does. It does. There's always a lifespan
So
of
how is
any
that stable?
operation
How is
mine.
that stable?
No,
Water
look,
stop running?
no, I can understand the difference between a mining coal and now generating power. Now I'm now talking about generation, power
Yes,
generation. I'm not talking
yes.
about whether it's running out. Yes, it will run out. It's a natural resource. That's a fact. But in that, because you have mines that can last for 6 years, you get mines that can last depending on the ore that you find underground, the whatever mineral you're finding underground. And again, some mines you find that they close them. It's not that there's no more gold. It's because, like in Johannesburg, there are a lot of mines that are closed for gold. But it's
But
because mining
I'm
companies
trying
are
to say,
saying
boss
it's
man,
not.
how long
Okay,
are we
let me
going
finish
to
this one.
dig?
Let me finish
That-
this one,
What
right?
I'm trying
Let
to
me just
say is, what,
okay.
boss,
Okay.
what I'm trying to say is, how is digging stable? It's your land. How is that stable?
I think I can. Let me share. Let me explain to you. There's a different. Now we talk about power generation. We're not talking about an actual mine. When you have a supply of mine, that's why when they build a power station, coal power station, they normally put them close to where there's a lot of coal reserve. They won't just put a coal mine, or I mean a coal power station next to a mine or an area where there isn't really a lot of coal. That's just basic, unless if they're going to be sourcing it or importing from other countries. And again, when we talk about power, coal being stable, we talk about now the generation, the actual power station. When you take a solar power station and a coal power station and you put them here, coal will it's more stable than a solar, than even hydro. Hydro, yes, when there's water, it'll you are more likely to it will give you, but coal is still the more preferred. That's why coal and what do you call this? Nuclear. They're
Nuclear.
still the more efficient than the hydro. All these green technologies. Even though there's more technology to renovate, to innovate, and all the other things, but currently, as we speak, coal and nuclear in terms of the actual power. Now we're talking about the power station pumping. Let's not forget about, oh, we're running out of uranium, we're running out of coal. Let's talk about now the power station that's bringing electricity to your home. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the mine running out of the coal or the uranium or anything like that. We're talking about now the actual power station capacity. How much can it produce? For how long? All that stuff. It's still the more efficient and more stable than coal. So that's what we're saying. We're not saying the mine. We're not talking about the mine here or the lifespan of a mine. We're talking about the actual power station generating power. And again, something that you need to realize with mining, mining is not always about that there isn't gold in that mine anymore. You find that it's no longer financially viable for the mining company to continue mining in that area because it's just too expensive and it takes long to maybe get the ore out. So they already sometimes just close the mine because of this. Not that maybe there isn't nothing underground, just something on mining there. But Mwenda Tenzi, continue.
Okay, what was, I think you've answered my question about why coal. I understand the importance of coal and its reliability, because with coal, I know with the fact right now Kenya, I think half of our power comes from hydroelectric, and sometime and this year there was a lot of what is it, climate change or drought, and it totally affected everything, and even the price of electricity jumped because of the climate. So yeah, I actually agree with you that there, when it comes to reliability, coal is more reliable. But now what I was trying to say is that even if it is more reliable, if you look at countries like Asia where they really use coal, they suffer from things like smog, you know, probably, and these are, I understand, it's not green. These are not green energy, and they are. What I feel like is, are we really willing to take that sacrifice? That every day we work out, we walk outside, we have to wear a mask, literally because of the air, not because of any virus, just because the air is not good, And I was, so that is a very huge risk Africa needs to take. And I was actually wanted to talk about this when when you look when we when you take up or adopt Western ways of doing
I want to
things.
ask Moenda Tezi a question, right?
Yeah.
Sorry for
Okay.
interjecting. Moenda Tezi, seeing that nuclear power seems to be a bit greener, why did they go around preaching the wall about how about nuclear power not being the solution, while France has been using it for decades, the US has been using it for decades, the UK has stopped it. Now the UK are saying that they regret not doing what France did as well. A lot of Western countries are now revisiting this and say maybe we went about it the wrong way. Why did they preach to the rest of the world that nuclear was not the right solution when it's a bit more greener?
Because nuclear power is expensive. Nuclear
Exactly.
power is not, power companies are usually private companies. They're usually from private investors. And you see, nuclear power is very expensive. By the time you get the money back from your profits, if you're looking at it from the capitalistic point of view,
But
it's going to take.
instead of preaching the wall about what is better and what's better, the expenses can be that can be mitigated. We can meet expenses at a certain level. Runs, I mean, if one decides to focus on that. So, what is the real reason? Is it only expense alone that it is that and all that stuff?
Yeah.
But who
It's
is
when you
it
look at the money.
expensive for? Who is
When
it
you look at the
expensive
money,
for? I mean, we
it's
have it.
expensive for the investor. It's not. Power limited power companies are also profit making companies. That is a fact. I think even even in Kenya we are having this problem where the power, you cannot, the government wants to make the power cheaper, but the power company is saying, hey, we cannot continue like this because we will be making losses and we will collapse. So power companies are also profit making companies. So in a world where capitalism, even I think Germany is closing all its nuclear. It's very hard. It's not. It is a social. What is it? It's a
From the
social
looks of it, Germany is
effort.
bringing that
When
back at the moment. Germany is bringing the nuclear explorations back at the moment. Because I've just seen a video, and it's so sad. Like they're so angry how they rejected nuclear energy. Even my friend, who's English himself, he sent me say, "Oh, why can't we revisit nuclear again as well?" I think it's becoming more of a viable solution, and in the next couple of decades, you will see that a lot of countries will start adopting nuclear as a solution. I'm not disagreeing with you because I know you, Mo, the Teddy. You sound like an expert that's in government. So I want to really know what's the real reason why they told us nuclear wasn't the best solution. I want to know.
If
okay,
can
I've
I answer
told you my.
before you answer, I won't answer it in terms of why the why that you really want the direction as per se, but What I know is nuclear is more expensive to build, right? The build expense is expensive. Is expensive because of apparently there's a lot of. I once asked somebody who's into nuclear physics and all this stuff. Why are they saying nuclear power stations are expensive to build? And he was telling me that there are so many criteria, so many things that you have to go through, and so many things that you need to do before. It's not something you can just build like a coal power station. There's a lot of environmental assessments which are expensive. Also, even the verification for each item in a what do you call this, in a nuclear power station, you go through a lot of verification, and by the time you finish, you've spent so much money. And obviously it's not and also with this project, you cannot just build them as quickly as you want. So because, and there's also in many countries there's a lot of people and human rights group or this environmental groups that always challenges country. Even South Africa now with their proposed nuclear sites, there's already environmental groups that are saying no, we don't want this thing. It can be done because with any explosion or any mistake, it's a very sensitive, also to maintain it, it's a very sensitive type of power station, especially on the nuclear power. It's not something that unlike coal, for example. So that's why what Tenzi said about the expenses, what it's because a lot of private, if it's a private sector project, they're not willing to spend 30 billion US dollars, or let's say for one power station I think it's around 10 billion US dollars now. Take the risk of 10 billion US dollars, and you sometimes have a project overrun, cost escalating. You might find out of the 10 billion you put in, you still need to put 2 billion extra just to finish off the project, and your returns, you only finally make your money after 30 years, of which some people don't want that. They really want money maybe within the time the actual project starts. So that's why there are a lot of people who are not taking the risk to say I'll take a long-term view and stuff. So that's why most of these projects are taken by governments, and the risks are taken by governments than private sector now. Especially in Africa, a lot of people are not trying to even build such a big project because you are going to have a lot of costs that will come. You're not guaranteed that 10 billion will really give you that thing, because there's always cost escalating with big projects. And that if people who are doing project management, they'll tell you if they tell you the success rate of big projects in the world, being on time and being on budget. I think they were talking about between 20 and 30% of projects worldwide only make it in time and on budget. So who's going to take a risk? The success and failure rate of being on budget and on time, it's really low. So also that affects the finances. It's not that money is not there to do this, but I'm sure these countries you talk about, Germany, England, they can easily do that because of their big financial muscles. I hope I answered partly your question, Madara.
You just said the money is not a problem to do that right now. Is the money a problem to do it right now today?
The money is not a project. It's not a problem. It's how many people are, as Mandatezi told you about. It's mostly private sector money. The private sector is not willing to take that risk. That's where now also the finances are a bit scarce, and that's why you don't see a lot of nuclear projects.
I'm sure the idea is not quite new or contemporary. I'm sure the idea had always been there from the 60s, and our economies were better back then from the looks of it. So why were our leaders dissuaded back then from doing? Because by now they would have seen the results, especially for the private companies. Why were they dissuaded from exploring that side, and they were told to take the lower grade way of supplying energy? Why were they dissuaded back then? Because within an 80 years' time, the results would have been there by now. I mean, France is enjoying it right now to the extent that the UK, which you say it's an 80 years, the UK, Germany is starting to do it right now. I just watched a simple video right now where the Germans seem to be regretting not taking that choice. So in 80 years' time, they're expecting to find the rewards in that. So what's stopping us from adopting the same technology?
And I know Germany, they took the clean technology and the clean energy project very serious. And they got a shock because, I mean, in Germany, they even have solar panels, and it's not really the biggest place to put a lot of, like, for example, solar. Besides the wind project, they also have I mean, in Africa, we have the abundant sun. We can really, really
I
utilize
mean,
any
yeah,
green.
there's other means of generating power, but I don't think solar is the most efficient. But I suppose we have not made the full use of the Sahara and all that stuff. But there's other means of generating power. But I don't think solar is all the way up there. It's not the most efficient and reliable way or robust means of generating power. But right now, nuclear seems to be the trend that the rest of the world is going, and we are complaining we don't have the money to do it at the moment. So I find that quite questionable. I think there's another motive behind it that's telling us not to go these routes. There's another motive, and maybe more. The test is not saying. Let me tell you, I really like you because you have been very impressive with me in all the channels. You know what I mean? I've been impressive, but I like you to go all the way 100%.
Okay, no, it seems that you have an idea of why there is no nuclear power. Please just let us know.
There could be reasons. There could be reasons because if you step over one side, then you can get to the next side, and then you can get to the next side, and it doesn't seem ideal.
I think I'm also sensing something there from what Madar is saying. But let's hold that thought. I just want to welcome Biggie. Biggie's been also holding for a while now. Biggie, welcome. The chief, the voice.
Good morning, good afternoon, and another good morning for a lot of them. But anyway, I've been listening to everybody talking about energy. You talking about in my realm from electrical engineering aspect, and a lot of the discussion is more right now. I don't want Africa to experience all the old agony that other European countries or Western country experience. Let's look what the future holds. Are we going to invest on something that is going to be kind of obsolete, or are we going to be investing more on something that is futuristic and being able to have more electricity or renewable energy. Okay, I'll tell you one thing is that if you look at on the U.S. Side of the house, it's like 9% nuclear and 7% of renewable energies. Okay, so by 2035, they're looking at 80% electricity to be all green source. Okay, and then they will increase that renewable energy investment 85%. So you're looking at the future where they want the price line per megawatt, I mean per watt. So they want to bring down the watt, how much it would cost you for a watt of energy, because if you're going to transform everything like cars, everything that's going to be using electricity, so we need to generate something or build the renewable energies. And for us, as having this big, huge continent, I'll say it's not even really populated compared to the size and the demand that we have per country. So you're looking at the hydro, you're talking about bio, you're talking about thermal energy, the solar energy. All these combined, we have that. We have all the means. It's just when it comes to distribution of this energy and who wants what. Is supposed to be the focus for all Africa. We're talking about borderless Africa now, okay? Because we need to have a self-sustaining states. That means we have to be really developing our own energies. Okay, I heard some people saying, "Okay, the Sahara is all desert. We got all the sun you want." But guess what? When you get to that, you're gonna have to deal with the sandstorm. You're gonna you have other things that hinder your project. You put anything mechanical like windmill or anything else just to have electricity, you have to look at the cost to maintain it, and as well, is it going to be viable? So we're going to have to review, like the coal energy. That's what we have now. It employs so many people, and so many people livelihood is tied into it. So you suddenly you're going to change that, then you're going to have to really re-educate again. But again, what I say about renewable energy, we have to really invest in our time and create engineers. I remember Haile Selassie tried to build a dam of the Nile, but at the same time, the first thing he said, we don't have the electrical engineers that we need. We don't
So,
have the technical personnel we need. This is
so,
during Haile Selassie in the 1960s, okay? So
so,
by
so,
now, we built, hold on, let me finish, okay?
yeah.
By now, we built a dam, okay? This grand renaissance is going to benefit a lot of countries around it, but there's a lot of controversy also. So we have to really invest our time and focus on renewable energy. Yes, the coal is not good for us. I mean, as you can see, the West is trying to get out of it. They want to be out of it because they know it's causing more harm than the benefit. Okay. But again, that's all we had. As the technology improves, how can we harness this solar power? How can we really evolve under capacitors where you can have a transfer, a grid? Okay. They're talking about having a grid and having the distribution evenly throughout their countries. Okay, so Africa, when it comes to this renewable energy and sharing a common grid, okay, we need infrastructures. We need investors to really focus on what we have available. Let's evaluate who's going to be producing more energy. And let's say if Congo is the one that's going to do it, or if it is Ethiopia that's going to be doing it, let's invest where we can put all these infrastructures and understand what we have so much. So we're so wealthy when it comes to natural resources. So I believe we need to evaluate which course we want to take when it comes to the powering. I'll call it powering Africa. So everybody should really think about how much would it cost to do this project versus the demand. For me, Africa demand a lot of electricity, a
I
lot of
want to
energy.
answer your question. Would distributing solar power be more expensive than actually building newer forms of greener energy? Because nuclear power is much greener as well. So which one would be more expensive, distributing solar
can I
power
answer?
or nuclear?
Let me answer that.
Hold on, I can fire. I'm asking it to my man there that were expanding.
Okay.
What do you think, brother?
Okay, one of the things, there's an issue with the nuclear power, and that's why they're getting away from it. They're not building a new nuclear powers. They want to make sure they stay away from it because it has a lot of potential for damage.
Right.
That's what I was saying.
Mhm.
I was saying that
Not necessarily, because I'm seeing Germany are building new nuclear power plants. But
right,
anyway,
the reason that's not a option is because what it does is make other people worry a lot
about
because
what?
they have, hold on, because these people are wicked people and they use it for wickedness, then they they don't, hold on, they don't want you, because listen, even if you have good intentions, as long as you can get electricity out of it, then you have the capabilities of enriching it from other options. So that's the worries. It's not the electricity. You feel me? So that's that. Look, don't you see Iran is saying that all they want it for is just electricity. But do
Germany,
they believe it?
Germany launches world's largest nuclear reactor.
Germany
You
is
understand me?
America. Germany is a colony of America, bro.
What are you talking about, mate? Like, what? Can you make sense of what you're talking about? I swear, I
Germany,
like.
listen, Germany is not of our worries to America because Germany is a colony of America. They
Mhm.
was invaded and got defeated by America, and has to adhere to the rules of America. In case you didn't know,
Right. Okay.
so Germany having those type of powers is because it's allowed.
It's because it's allowed, and Africans are not allowed to have the greener, much more robust, greener energy source as well.
All right, you can
All
have
right.
the Inga Dam. All right, look, I'm just saying this, right?
We must
Biggie is
choose
saying,
the
Biggie,
lower
hold
grade
on, Biggie,
form of producing energy.
all right, Biggie is saying, right? We want to do stuff without any type of friction, right?
Right. Absolutely.
And I understand what you are saying. Yes, it's clean, all of that stuff, but it can cause a little opposition. So
All
let's
right.
just work. So let's just do what's best and cause no opposition with anyone.
So
Listen,
so in,
we
so in
we
this
have
case,
listen. You
in
know
this
that
case,
you don't understand what we have.
I understand. In this case, you disagree with the implementation of it at the moment, at the time we
Yes,
live in right now, because the
yes, the
implementation
climate.
of
Yes,
such desired energy will cause contradiction and
yes,
confrontation from perhaps the rest of the world. Is that what you're saying?
yes, and people don't care about your intentions
Hmm.
because they do
More in the
wickedness.
sense, do you agree about that to an extent?
Yes, of course. Why you think? Why you hold on? In South Africa, it's because of the Dutch why nuclear is there. If it was just black people alone, hell no. Or you don't understand that. Why Chad isn't living off isn't does is not electrified off and Niger is not electrified off uranium. Can you tell me?
I hear what you have to say.
But France
I want
is.
to hear what Moendetezi has to say as to if is it because that we are choosing to not go nuclear because it's not desired by the rest of the world. The rest of the world don't want it for us, and it's not the best way we should go about developing. Is that the case, or is it simply a financial issue, Moendetezi?
I think it's a financial issue. I think it's solely as financial because I feel like if there was somebody to fund it, nobody would resist it. If there was just because even in Kenya right now we do have plans for nuclear, but they're just plans until somebody funds it. I'm sure even South Africa, there's. I think if you just go about all these countries, you probably have you'll find the plans. The plans will probably be there, but the problem is always one thing: who's going to fund it? So
I don't
I don't
think
think
so.
there is a problem with the uranium part of the bit. Although I know this is a very interesting point you've brought up because I know there was a point that there's a time when South Africa was a nuclear had nuclear warheads. I don't know what happened to it. My brother
Because
Ezra,
the
maybe you
whites
can give us some more
They're
because
still
the
information.
there,
whites
by the way.
it
The
is because
nuclear
the whites.
facility, the nuclear facilities are still there. For those who think just because South Africa opted not to continue the funding weapons for nuclear does not mean they don't have the warheads and the actual what do you call this? The actual place where they were manufacturing and doing research and development. It's still there, and it's still used as a research and development, but for other things as well, for power and other. Remember, people just think nuclear and uranium is only used for power. There's other things that they also use it for. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's still there. It's just now South Africa opted not to go for the weaponry side of nuclear.
All right. What I'm trying to say is, um, we have to look at time frames in stuff, right? So nuclear disarmament went on in South Africa when blacks got in power, or before blacks got in power. But I'm thinking it's because geopolitically, I'm thinking it's because whites got is getting out of power. So we have to understand that some of the time I'll be like, are we not thinking these things like people are opposing certain things that we do? Do we think that um everything is free or to do? Or do we think that there is no opposition to any action? How can we even think that way? You have to understand this. You ask yourself, why isn't we put, why aren't we rich? Why isn't Africa itself rich? Because people don't leave you alone. That's the reason. First, before in colonization, you was not allowed to structure anything of your own. Any structure is involved with the supremacists. You feel me? In South Africa, in in Namibia, in Kenya, in all of these states, you was being instructed. So so nuclear facilities could have been built with a good intention in Niger and electrify everywhere. It could have, but ask yourself why. Why? If ask yourself, is was it there for help? You feel me? These people is not there for help.
I
You
can
know?
fire. I have a question for you. Quick one. Do you
Yeah.
think going solar or nuclear, which one is the more robust and more greener energy? I can fire. What do you think?
Personally, I think the two of them would be good for Africa because if but when it comes to nuclear, yes, it's clean, yes, it's good energy, but it has other stuff to it connected in which people that do wickedness with it don't want to allow, because Africa would be the world power in just world power. Because what happened is, anywhere that want large sums of nuclear um um whatever, or they have to buy it from Africa, and Africa has the choice not to sell them or not. So who can have the most and the biggest nuclear facilities? Who? Africa. So these things are not allowed. So we gotta be sneaky about our behavior. Let's do um um dam energy. Let's finance dam energy. Let East Africa, um if it's possible, light the whole Africa up. You feel me? And we grow stronger in other ways. So
Yeah,
eventually you can do nuclear in the future. That's how I
yeah.
see it.
There's a there's one thing that looking at the even from the U.S. Standpoint, like I was telling you, 9% of nuclear power energy. The initial cost is expensive, but at the same time, there's also, why they're getting away from the nuclear plants, because of the risk of the primary health effects of radiation. Okay. Another negative effect, it includes also the potential of reactor accident, like Fukushima, like you saw it in Japan. And there's a risk. Once the risk comes, it really, really has a very negative effect. But if they're moving on to you see, as technology start developing, as we do. I remember I had a guy that sent me uh, a little CD how to be reusing electricity. I have electricity in the house, but at the same time, by putting my solar power, and I have this little wind turbine outside in my backyard, I was able to produce electricity and then reverse it toward the electrical grid, and that reduced your payment. That reduced your payment on your cost. Okay, so there's a lot of ways of producing electricity, and when I look at the 2035 initiative of where the U.S. is heading, I don't see any nuclear power to be built. Everything they're going for is the renewable energy, which is going to be whatever the hydro that you have, and as well, the most thing that they want to use is the solar energy. And there's a lot of other experiments that was initially tested by Tesla that they didn't. I mean, they didn't give us all the information because when Nikola Tesla died, they took everything, all his research paper, all the things that he had, they took it away. So nobody knows on what he had in his sleeve because
I think he
when he knew
I think
to
he got
build
his idea
towers,
from Egypt. You heard
I'm
me?
looking. I'm sorry.
I think he got Nicholas Tesla. I think he got
Mhm.
his idea from Egypt.
Yeah, yeah, he has a lot of things that he talks about a lot of the pyramids and some of the power harnessing and all that. All that you see is just Morgan Stanley vested in his tower, and he saw the electricity. The minute that he heard it is going to be free, he said, "Hell no, I'm not going to support it." You see what I'm saying? Because he was up to something. They even took his patent from, like for example, when you talk on the cell phone, it's an electrical energy. Okay, it's an RF energy, which is electrical particles. So he knew how to harness this energy,
Hmm.
and we need to know how it was done. Unfortunately, all these formulas that he had, all these things that he had, it's not. Even though he put it on open source, but it's not. There is missing information. Okay, that we don't have,
Can
and we
I ask
need to
something?
explore more on what we can do with what we have in Africa, how to harness this energy.
Can I ask
So
something?
go ahead.
Does anyone know this dude in Tanzania? I need Mika to find him. There's a dude in Tanzania, right? He makes um generators that I think he's produced a generator type that it don't use it don't use oil, it don't use battery, it don't use electricity, it don't use water. It produces electricity, but it don't use wind, it don't use nothing to he uses magnet
It's
to make
magnet.
it,
Yeah.
and it's self perpetual, so it's always running. So that's a renewable energy that y'all could promote.
Yeah, there are, in fact, this motor, which is it was based on a motor. You start it up, it never stops. You know,
But
basically.
nobody else produce it. It's
Uh,
I think it's an invention that the dude did.
mhm. And we need to focus more on the uh, actual technology that we have to harness uh, energy. We got to put that a lot in mind. In fact, if you really look at the a village level, in a small village, just having your electrical panel and a little windmill, you can generate about six megawatts very
Yeah.
easily that people can use on a remotely. That was one of my writings when I
Yeah.
said educating Africa, and when I suggested the towers to be erected for communication purposes, for windmill purposes, because I know I'm going to be dealing with the energy issue. Where can you get electricity if you don't have any kind of utility that came into the village? But that village can be independent, having their own windmill and their own solar panels,
What's
and
two
still being
nitrogen
able
in here?
to read write everything that they need to do on a daily basis. Because when it comes to uh, the energy demand, if you look at a small village that do not have refrigeration, that do not have television, there's a lot of things that require electricity. So the demand is very, very low. Okay. Until now, they're going to start putting a fridge, they're going to start having a washer dryer, whatever that, because we are human beings. We demand, once we got one thing, we're going to demand more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
I think my people is royal people. They deserve everything.
absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
And that's why we are here. That's why we're talking about one Africa. That's what the unity that we're looking at.
yeah,
It's not just political. It's just like I said. If you feed the brain, you can feed the hunger. The
yeah.
stomach is fed.
African people need to live in luxury. That's how
Uh,
I
uh,
see
and I don't know if you heard me on one
everyone.
of the show, and I said I want us to live like the Dubai Emirates. You get paid
Yeah,
just because you're African, because everything else is coming out from our resources. At the end of the day, okay,
yeah,
what do we want of Africa? We want a healthy, loving, happy Africa. Okay.
yeah.
And in
We
order to
want.
achieve that, we need to really start from the bottom up. Okay, let's start from the bottom. We want to get our younger future generation to harness them with the tools, with the brain, with the idea, inheritance of the culture. Embrace your culture, enjoy your culture as well. You progress in economy, you progress in technology, you develop things. This is part of, if you don't have electricity and you cannot turn on anything to read, or you cannot have a light, you're going to repeat life over and over and over, and another generation will take over and do the same thing. This is the time that we're going to stop all that.
Yeah,
We're going to look toward progress. And this electricity issue, it's a major issue in Africa.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
even the cities that are well equipped with everything, the growth of the population, the demand of electricity or power, it reduced it where you don't have continuous power. It
It's
runs
true.
out. It's off. So you're going to need to enforce it more to add more energy. Okay, and this is one of the things about the Grand Renaissance that's going to help 60% more. That's going to be inputted not only to Ethiopia but the whole region.
Of
And God
course.
knows, you add more turbine and down the flow and help out the rest of the African nation. Africa is huge. Do not underestimate
Of course.
this thing. We've been lied to. Okay, Africa takes the whole United States, the whole India, China, and that's how big our Africa is.
It's
So
true.
now look at the distance on how you're going to put all your transmission lines across Africa. Okay, a whole transmission line. We don't even have infrastructure enough to go along to service them if anything happens to them. So we got a lot of work. And at the same time, I want to put all the future engineers to embark on this renewable sources. Okay, we don't want the nuclear part, because the nuclear part, it gets complicated. We
Yeah.
want the easy link and how to harness our beautiful sun and our beautiful water flows and start there. And also we got thermal. Don't forget that. We got volcanoes. Addis Ababa is sitting right in the center of a volcano.
That can make electricity.
That can make electricity.
How?
It's thermal. Thermal. Your
Oh, you
back
Geothermal.
in
mean steam? You mean steam?
from the heat itself, you can produce. So you're
Damn.
going to have to go
Yeah.
down south. So I'll send you some benefit of it. Okay, and it's not all the countries have it, but Addis Ababa itself in Ethiopia is sitting
So
right on the volcano.
that's more potential for Ethiopia.
More potential. There's other countries. It's just finding. We need to find out where we got it. Have you seen the
And the
Erta Ali?
Congo.
Have you
Huh?
seen Erta Ali? Erta Ali is in Afar region. There's a lava of a fully active volcano.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know it's famous.
Okay, there's you can harness thermal energy out of it. Okay, there's just so many ways that Africa has in the continent. Look at all the volcanic area and all that. We have thermal. Have you seen the anything that has hot spring, you can extract that. You can harness that. But again, it has to have a study. You know, people are gonna have to study that potential. Okay. So
That's already embraced. I think that's thermal power, Biggie. I think Kenya,
mhm.
in Kenya, you when that is, I think you are using thermal power besides
Yeah,
hydro, right?
actually, Kenya is one of the big. I think Kenya is the biggest producer of geothermal power in the world.
Damn.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's we are actually one of the experts. I think with the actually it's Kenyans who are building the facility in Ethiopia, the geothermal facilities in Ethiopia. It's
Oh, for
Kenyans.
real?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
That's powerful. It is powerful.
That's
And
powerful shit.
hmm. I just want to
Hey,
welcome. I just want to welcome. I can fire. Hold that fire there. Let's welcome Two Niger. Two Niger's been relaxed, guys. Not interrupting you. Please give
Two
him the
Niger
floor.
got fire too.
Please, please. Some space. So give us some space. So Two Niger, my brother.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, sorry, I was just getting interrupted here. Yeah, I hope all is good with everyone. Greetings. Um,
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
yeah, I personally I don't understand thesis sometimes, and when Fire is highlighting some of that stuff, yeah, that something is preventing Africans from actually doing these things, and I can't understand how people can just shrug that off. And this is a problem. We don't have a good threat assessment antenna at all. You see how they are behaving towards Iran just because Iran claims they are building nuclear power station, and you don't understand that these people don't like any other people building it. It's not like it's hidden, and still our antenna is not up. Jesus Christ, what does it take? Iraq, one of the reasons why they invaded Iraq was because they feared he was going to build such weapons. So this in Libya, Gaddafi, the same thing. And you pretend as if you don't know that these people are paranoid about any nation that does this, because maybe you are not around. They sanctioned China when China was testing its nuclear weapons. The same thing goes for India. Anybody that wants to get a nuclear weapon, you go through hell.
North Korea.
Not all of them. Oh, they are still doing North Korea now. How can you see all this and you say, oh, no, it's just, they don't, it's just normal. It's just normal stuff. Nobody's stopping us. Because $6 billion it costs about $6 billion to build these things. Nigeria's economy is about 500 and something billion dollars. So why have we not built it till now? Most of our economies dwarf what it takes to build nuclear power plants. Why have we not built it? You think because Africans are uniquely stupid, or we don't have the brain to do it, or we don't have the will? Because there are people that don't want that to happen for very, very good reason. Because if we rise, a lot of people, we will have a lot of say in what is going on around the world. We are too big not to have a say. Why would anybody just want that overnight and say, even Iran that is a small country relative to Africa, look at the effort they are putting in, threatening Iran every day.
It's
North
called
Korea,
equal status. We have equal status. That's not gonna be happen soon.
and
We
that
gotta
this and this in what's his name? Ezra said something about South Africa having this. The nuclear warheads are not there for you to start using. And I think sometimes we forget that these things are sophisticated equipment. They need specific tools for them to work. If you take the specialist components out, they are basically bricks. You can't do anything with them. You can try all you want. It's not going to work. Nuclear weapons is not something that you can just trigger like that. You need specific atomic
trigger.
signals to be able
Trigger.
to triggers for it to work. So if they decommission the nuclear weapons program in South Africa, they did it for a very good reason, and they will do it in such a way that they will make sure at least no black man's hand will get on it, at least for the next 10, 20, 30 years in that country. And so far it's gone over 20 something years and no black man's hand has touched it. The truth is, Even nuclear power stations, South Africa is looking for other people to build it. If they were so confident with it, why are they not building themselves?
They took the
They are
education.
looking for China to come and build it for them now. How can you see? How can we not see these things and act as if, you know what, it's just us? We are stupid. That's why we have not done these things. What our stupidity will come from the fact that we are not paying attention. That these things are not things you get easily. You can see it all over the world. For me, it's like a cheat sheet. Really, it's right there in front of you. There is no secret. It's not a conspiracy. It's right there. Not one country will. So look at this, France. That's one of the reasons why France is considered very, very powerful. Not because they have too many military and all that. They have 56 nuclear power plants. 56, that's a lot. And the reason why they are doing it is not only for power, because that also can serve, it has dual purposes. It can serve as a way of generating nuclear weapons if they needed it.
That means France can talk what the fuck they please and do what the fuck they please.
And which is what they do. That's why they are so powerful in Europe. Yeah, it's why they are very powerful in Europe now. Because Germany can have this and do that kind of stuff. Although Germany does have a lot of power plants, they too have cut down on theirs. Because them and France are basically one now. So I just thought I should add that we have to look at the world, not act as if we're not seeing what is going on.
But Tunaja, Germany is building it back up right now. As I've watched a video recently, Germany are so focused on building that back up. And the UK is focused on building it back up, right? Especially with this Boris Johnson, who's more right wing. The UK are so hell-bent on doing it right now. So I think when the Tezi is a very intellectual guy, but his concerns are right. But I think he does, I don't know if he does ignore some parts of things. I don't know if to be more politically refined in a way. That's why he ignores it.
My concern is that he is almost consistent in almost every topic. That's my concern. The way he comes across is consistently pretending as if the world is not the way it is. And for me, CNN is not even hiding it. It's like it's not a conspiracy. We're not saying anything hidden here. And he said he just come and say it's just the cost. It's not the cost.
My brother, can I speak?
To be fair to Mwendatezi, I don't think. Okay, that's my analysis. I'm not saying he's denying the political and the interference that the nuclear power needs to be in few people who've held it for so long and they're controlling the world because of it and the technology that comes with it. I think we were just I think he was focusing more on just the actual power station, but not really looking at the holistical thing. But he does acknowledge, I think he does acknowledge the other political thing, but he was just focusing on why many nations are not in Africa, are not building it. Besides the political thing, we know the political thing that obviously to build that thing, you need to be a sweetheart to other powers for them to allow you. And so, but you focus mainly on why the cost. You looked at the cost only. It's not the only thing why it's not being built. Obviously, it's expertise. Someone can come with.
So you are saying that is the expertise. Are you saying that is the expertise or the will to do it, or we don't have the money? All those things are not accurate.
Yeah, there are many factors. It's not one. That's why it's cost. He just mentioned cost. That's what I'm saying. To be fair to him, we cannot pin him to say cost. He just says cost first on cost. He just mentioned cost as one of the reason why. I think to be fair to him, we need to give him more time also to come and say one of the other factors why it's not being
just
built.
Let him defend his own self.
You guys raised another point here that political. It's another point as well why it's not being built. He also raised costs. So to be fair to him, we cannot say when Athens is just not looking at all these factors. You also raised another point. He raised another point. So that's why, to be fair to him, he raised one point. You raised another point. Let's continue.
But that is, you see, you are trying to be generous. You are trying to be generous here. See, you are just trying to be generous. Let's not see. Sometimes if you want,
that's what I'm saying. Let's give one that to respond because he mentioned cost. So that's why I'm saying let's be fair on analysis. Let's not just say our point is the main point. That's what I'm saying. Cost is also a point. We should not dismiss it as no, that's not a point. It's because of the politics. Politics is also another point. So he raised costs. He didn't go to the politics part. So to be fair to him, everyone raised a different point regarding this
But
matter.
Pastor,
So
what
all the
Pastor?
points
Why
are
we
correct.
can't
All
talk
the
it
points
out?
are correct, by the way. It's not about being generous. All the points are correct. But to be fair to him, let's give him another shot for him to also respond to your point about power, about the political reason why we do not have this.
Strategic
Brother
reasons.
Tenzi, Brother Tenzi, can you respond to their point saying it's politics?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, clear. We can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. All of a sudden, I find myself the attack.
That's what I'm saying. To be fair, you raise one point, there is another point. No one is
Oh,
wrong.
Ezra,
Everyone is
Ezra,
right. It's
Ezra,
not politics.
Ezra, stop it. Just stop it.
Chinaya doesn't
Ezra, you're
believe,
blowing it out.
let's give Mandatenzi then a respond. Let him respond because he feels attacked then. Let's give Mandatenzi. Mandatenzi, please respond to the
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. I was okay. I have to accept that. Yes, there is obviously a lot of global politics to everything we do. Even right now, Ethiopia is not even building a nuclear weapon; it's just building a dam, and you can see
Exactly.
the global politics at play. So obviously, in every project, there will be the aspect of global politics. That one we cannot deny it, but we cannot also what is it focus too much on it, because global politics, when you talk about global politics, this thing sways all the time. One day this year you're going to be in this side. Now if China builds for you a nuclear power plant, what will the West do? So you find that yes, we when we were discussing these things, we were discussing under the assumption that there is political will. So if they, and in some countries there are political, I don't think, honestly, if it is me, I don't know, I don't think nuclear energy is that controversial in Africa, because South Africa is actually planning to do it, and there seems to be political will. Am I not wrong? Am I not wrong, Ezra? Am I right or wrong?
You're
Is
right.
there political will to?
2024, for a new nuclear reactor, the plans for it will be done. It will be just now to put money and implement from 2024.
You see,
From what
so
the
you can
government
see
said,
that there is. So
there
you
is.
can see that there is political
Can I
will.
share
So
something, guys? There's countries, even in Nigeria, has okay. Let me just. Can I share this website? I'm not too sure how 100% it is, but from what I've been reading on it, it does sound legit. Uh, let me go here. Okay, let me just check that site for you guys. But yeah. Oh, Mendotenzi, in the meantime, you can finish your point. Sorry, while I look for that site.
yeah, and I said this before. I don't know, my brother to Niger, you must have come a bit later, but I said this, that if you actually look at most of these African countries, most of they have their plans in place to put nuclear power. The plans are there. It's written on paper. The problem is funding. That has been the problem, that has been so obvious, that hey, we have the plans. We even have some of them, like Kenya. We have gone down even to the site that this is where it will be. Now the problem is now sourcing for funds. That is where we are as Kenya at the stage. Even South Africa is coming up with the plans. They even sourcing for funds. So I don't know. I understand there is the geopolitics of the world. The West versus the East versus the white man trying to put down Africa. But if we stick to this narrative too much, we won't be discussing details. We'll just be stuck on that macro level of how do we get back at instead of being on the details. Like today, I feel like we've been on the details. We've learned, some of us like me, and I'm sure all of us, we've learned a lot about nuclear energy, a lot about about what is it, hydroelectric, geothermal energy. So I feel like this conversation has been more productive than if we were right now talking about how the global effort, was it the global conspiracy to put Africa down, which I'm not saying isn't there, but if we focus too much on this thing. We won't talk about details. We'll just be talking about who that guy, Americans, they don't like us. Oh, these guys, the Europeans, they don't like us. Oh, France is trying to put us down.
But that
But
is not
now
what I'm saying, is it? What I'm saying
what you're
is that
saying
you are luring people to a false sense of security with the kind of statement when you say it's just about money. Because you should have qualified it that there are other things that are there that are preventing this from happening. It's not money. I don't know why you keep saying Africans don't have money. How about loans? The amount it takes to build this thing is not that much. And given that no non-black, no pure black African country has it, you would think it would be a priority for one nation to say, you know what, no matter how much it costs, I'll take the loan, even if it's for 30% profit, this is interest. For $6 billion, it's not the most expensive thing. As a matter of fact, if they wanted to do it, you will see the kind of safety measures they are going to put in place to make sure that any processed material from there cannot be used for any other purpose. And when you finish using it, they ship it back to where they come. I think they do it with one other country. After they finish using it in that country, they take the material and ship it back to either Russia or the United States, wherever it comes from. And when you talk about, say, we went through details and stuff like that, they were talking about geothermal energy, and they said Kenya had the largest one in the world. I don't know where we got that from. I don't
Google
even
it.
know. No, but it's not now. I'm looking at it right now. It's
Which one
not.
is the
It's not even.
largest?
From what I can see, it's not even in the top 10.
What,
See,
what do
this
you
is the
mean,
thing.
man?
That's why
Because
I like. See, when you
you
say
need,
I'm complaining, I'm not complaining. I like things to be thought about more accurately. It's not about complaining. And that's what. Look at it. The top 10. Kenya is not even on the list.
maybe it's in Africa, but I think we are told it's in the. I know I was under the impression it was the top in the world. Let me.
Okay. This is
It's not
just
the top
something.
in the world. Wherever you
Just,
got it, the person is
just, just,
whether they just wanted to make you come here and give wrong information. But
okay. Just something to Niger, just to beg Mwendatezi, just to beg when he mentioned the cost. I think everyone has brought a reason why we are not building nuclear. For example, we've been focusing more on nuclear today than the other spectrum, and Biggie is the one I think who kind of talked about more or almost all of the other power sources that we can use. But this is just one of the sites. I'll also share the link with you guys. People can check this. I'm just going to share it on the public. Verify this. I'm not saying this is the only. This is the real correct information. Verify this with other sources of information. It's about why. The question is Africa ready for nuclear, for example? And I'm just going to read just something that has to do with cost of building a nuclear, right? Of what Mwenda Tenzi was talking about. I'm just going to read this article. I know it might not be visible for many people, but it says going nuclear is not something that happens from one day to the next. From the moment a country initiates a nuclear power program until the first unit becomes operative, years could pass, says Milko Kovachev, head of IAEA Nuclear Infrastructure Development Section, which works with countries new to nuclear power. Creating a necessary nuclear infrastructure and building the first nuclear power plant will take at least 10 to 15 years. A successful nuclear power program requires broad political and popular support and a national commitment of at least 100 years. Mr.
hey,
Kovachev added, this includes committing to the entire life cycle of a power plant, from construction through electricity generation and finally decommissioning. That's when we shut down the power station. Then, in addition to time, there's the issue of cost. Governments and private operators need to make a considerable investment that includes projected waste management and the decommissioning cost. Mr. Kovachev points out that the government's investment to develop the necessary infrastructure is modest to the cost of the first nuclear power plant, but it is still in order of hundreds of millions of dollars. Just something to read. This is on iaea.org. Just go through it, read through it. There's other sources that you can find, but this is one of the that I think it's a more reputable agency.
But
And
ask yourself now. Ask
yeah,
yourself. You see, this is why whenever you read something in this world, we have to use. I keep saying, use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth, and use. Look at America during the Second World War. How long did it take them to build the bombs that they dropped in Hiroshima? They built it during that war. They didn't start it before then. It didn't take them 15 years to do. All this stuff is the kind of talk they give you when so that anybody that wants to come in will be like, okay, 100 years commitment, 15 years, you know, the hundreds of millions of dollars is nothing. I just said it's going to cost about $6 billion.
Discouraging you.
So yeah, they are trying to say, oh, don't even think about it. These are they call here in the UK, they call it a kind of nudge approach, whereby they don't not just come in your face and say don't do it. They will just put documentation. You can't believe how many times I've gone to UK website. I want to do something, and you just put one question in front of you. That question will just stop you from moving forward. But all that is distraction. You have to understand these people are really, really sophisticated. They've been in superpowers for a very long time. They are not like emerging ones, and they are specialized in being sophisticated at confusing people. So when they put that stuff there, you should ask yourself, how long did it take them to do all those things they did during the Second World War? If Africans mean business, they will get it.
Tunaja, can I ask?
Okay, can I speak?
I think I'll give you that just now. How long did England? I know you're in the UK. How long? I know you guys. I think you're about to commission a new nuclear power station. Do you know anything about it? How long has it been for you guys to build? How long did it take for you guys to build it?
To build, to be fair, I've not gotten any data. At least I've not looked it up. The data, how long it took them to build. But in UK, they are fantastic. They are very, very fantastic at overspend and corruption when they are building these things. And
you also can't know their business either.
Yeah. When they want to build it, they can. The projects can overrun, and you'll be wondering, is it even going to happen or is it not going to happen? And it's not because they cannot do it; it's because they're just
don't
being
make the
corrupt.
public know everything.
Yeah, if they mean business, they'll build it within 2 years or so. If they mean business, but there's no urgency now. They have nuclear submarines, they have power plants all over the place, so they don't have any urgency. This day for it. So when they say those things, they are saying it from the point of view that you have to go through the UN. The UN will paralyze you with the process. You will not that 15 years. If you try to go through them, that 15 years, you're not going to get anywhere in 15 years. Look at Iran. Even when Iran is exposed, look at how long it's taking Iran. They will paralyze you with talk, sanctions, disputes, vetoes after vetoes. You will not get anywhere. And that is how the world works. But while the other countries that are doing these things don't follow the UN route, did the India follow the UN route? No. Did the Chinese follow the UN route? No. Did the Iran follow the UN route? No. Israel, not even bother. South Africa never did. You see what I mean? This world, all this thing they give us is just to feed us false narratives so that our head will just be just numb, really. And this is why I keep saying we have to think for ourselves. And personally, the way I look at our situation is that we are supposed to be sleeping, standing upright. This is not a joke business. We are supposed to be paranoid because everybody else is kitted. It's like you're in a Mexican restaurant where everybody has a pistol and you just come there with a glass of wine and you're not ready when this shootout starts. That's what's happening, and Africa is just like a bystander. The only country that had it in Africa was like, you know what? Now that Mandela is coming out, the peace-loving guy, I don't think this, that image is, goes with nuclear weapons. So let's take it off him. Now here we are. We have nothing to show for it. Do you know that? Let me just add this point. Do you know that one of the countries in Central Africa had nuclear power plant? I think it was Congo, if I'm not mistaken, Congo or Uganda. One of them, they did. I think it's out of commission now, and maybe they can find a way to start it up again or something.
It isn't just there's what they call what is it called? It's just there's a word for it. It's not really a power plant per se. There are some other nuclear reactors that you can build. It's very small. It's and you can also produce power. There's the traditional way that I mean, your France is using and stuff, but there are other ways, but they produce small quantities. So I doubt if it was a real big power station. Probably there was some a facility that has a sort of a reactor that they were using to pump. You find that it's only maybe producing like 100 megawatts, of which most cities can consume more than 100 megawatts. So that's you can power maybe a town and stuff. But can I give Mwanda Tenzi to respond? Sorry, man, Tenzi.
Let me
You took all
apologize
the
to
time.
Tezi first. Tezi, it's not personal. All I'm saying is that I would rather, when we are having these type of discussions, we have our facts straight. And I'm not trying to make you seem like you don't know what you're doing and all the rest of it. So don't take it personal.
No,
We're
no, I'm
always
not
talking
taking it
about it.
personal.
Nothing personal.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about
Yeah,
this being honest and not to criticize the person, but the idea. And fact
Yeah.
finding is not criticism; it's just fact finding. You know, there's no issue about that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right, Mackenzie?
Okay. Yeah, can I speak?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. First of all, yeah, I've done the research right now, and Kenya is top in Africa and number 8 in the world. Although there are some articles that say we are fast, I think those were just propaganda articles that I read. But yeah, we are 8th in the world, so we are still in the top 10. So I feel like I have to correct that.
No, the one I'm looking at here, it's not on the list of 2022.
It's the current list.
Oh my
Okay, I don't know.
God!
Okay, it doesn't matter. The fact is that we are actually good at that. Second
Yeah.
of all, my point in this discussion actually is now that when we talk about, and this is what it's true, but I really avoid talking about the white man or the Americans or the Europeans attacking us, because I feel like there is no solution to that conversation. I feel like right now, well, you have talked all these things. What are the solutions? You know, because before that we were talking about hydroelectric power solutions, the solutions to. I feel like the conversation is very more productive actually when we talk about actual like technicalities of the solution than talking about what the Europeans don't want us to do. Because that's not our power. We have no power over the Europeans. We have no power over the Americans or the Chinese. We only have power over what we can do as Africans. So I feel like that's why I like talking about what Africans can do and what's stopping Africans that is in our power to change. So when I say costs, I know that costs is within our power. How do we fund costs to start a nuclear? Although we have already talked about it with Biggie here and Ezra, that the initial cost for nuclear power is very expensive. Even Ezra went into detail why it is very expensive. And we even concluded that maybe from Biggie's perspective, we should look at geothermal power, hydroelectric power, and maybe wind power. I feel like South Africa is really looking at, solar power. So I understand the perspective of the white man is bad. Like, I understand that perspective. I know we have seen the things he's done, but do we have actually, what is the solution to that problem? Like, what is the solution to that problem?
The
That yes,
solution
the
is
white man
to
is
pick
bad.
the
What is
right
the solution?
choices. The solution is to pick the right choices, something that has dual use effect. If you keep saying we should be digging, getting thermal energy or something else, when you could use one to kill two
But
birds, one stone
that's
to
a
kill
vague
two
that's a
birds.
vague solution. That's a vague solution. That's a vague solution.
Okay,
Like,
let
No,
me
what,
just
what
like
I
say
mean
this.
what
by
is that?
that is you choose to have nuclear power plant because it has dual use purposes. Just in case the continent or your country is under attack, you can switch
Hey,
and
look
say,
here.
no, and you're not going to hit me. I'm going to find a way to convert this to my own weapon. But
Hey,
geo,
look
this,
here.
what are you going to do with geo? What are you going to do with solar
Okay,
panels?
At the
okay,
same
I
time,
understand what you're trying to say. Now
Ethiopia at the same
assume
time,
now.
Ethiopia at the same time is building a water dam, geothermal energy. Ethiopia is doing that. And right now they are on the upheavals at the same time. So what can Ethiopia do? So even when you make an inch to try and progress in another way, they still stand in your way.
Even that, even just geopower, this is just damn this thing, and they are really, and that is clean energy really, and they are going after that one. What will happen when you wanted to go and this is why I tell they see I think the key difference between myself and Ezra on in terms of implementation is pick the right ones with an eye on
But this
security.
what I have to
Don't
say. This
just
what I have to
choose
say.
one that you seem like is more fancy and or is no. Most people don't even use geo. Really, there's a reason why most people don't use it. The one
Hello,
that you
two
want to
nighter.
pick is the one that for
Right.
your country will and strengthen your country at the same provide this thing energy. Because if your country is under attack tomorrow or something happens, then at least you have something to fall back on. It's just prudent thinking. Use one stone to kill two birds.
But two Niger, listen this now. My bro Tezzy, he's mentioning that instead of thinking about the problems that of the other people, right? But what I'm trying to say is our solution gonna lie with critical thinking, right? What I mean is like outside of Ethiopia, everyone was colonized. So therefore you have to today question what you was taught. You understand? So you need to definitely not trust the things you was taught in colonization. So that means you yourself and your people have to go back, think about what you've taught, think about what benefit you out of what you taught, think about if they tricking you, all of that stuff. So you go and analyze stuff. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is people are practically immoral. Ask yourself, why is that? You feel me? Because immorality is part of what's keeping Africa down. You feel me? So that's one of the problems that colonization gave. You feel me? Division and suspect of each other. You feel me? So part of our solution gonna have to get rid of this type of division and suspect of each other. You understand? So practically the solution is we have to get a code, a code where
But
African.
let's talk about let's talk about the technicalities of it, right? As Muende said, because this is quite important because he doesn't want to focus on just the geopolitics around it, but he wants to focus on the technicalities of why Africa can't build it. We're talking about a country like Nigeria that has the economy that is far ahead than that, but it can build it. So why would Nigeria? Is it a political will alone, or is there any technicalities why Nigeria, who has an economy twice that can build that? Why would Nigeria focus on that? Maybe tonight you can chip in.
No, but our mind is technical, boss man. I'm telling you, our people's mind is the technical issue. Everyone, it's a tug of war going on. You can't go around the tug of war where we are not thinking in sequence. Where okay, if you have a good idea, people gonna just acknowledge, hey, that's a good idea. Let's do it. You feel me? Or people gonna just shut you down and say and analyze it and say, okay, it's a bad idea. Say it's a bad idea. People gonna analyze it and say it's a bad idea. And if it's a good idea, your people gonna embrace it and work with it. All right, look at this. What I'm trying to say is there's laws, colonial laws, right? That if that you can build certain things in your backyard. You can't use your brain and invent certain things. And if you even do it, the government is not going like, okay, we're gonna build facilities to enhance your talent and all that stuff. So you have to look at these type of things where people not listening to each other because so even what's good for them, people will still ignore it. You understand? So that type of thing is what's damaging to us, if you want to ask me.
Yeah.
Can I add one thing? I got to tell you guys, I mean, right now we're talking about all the possibility of nuclear power, and we're talking about all of the renewable energy and everything else. Keep in mind, let's put everything in perspective. We Africans, to begin with, we had a lot of hops to do in order to even build your own nation. Before the independence and after the independence, there's a lot of struggle. Remember, a lot of a lot of things that goes around. It's not just because of colonialism, whatever. They use that, especially some businessmen. They're gonna use that in order to influence the agenda. Okay, I'll give you a pure example. It's not in Africa. This is in the U.S. Okay, this guy, I'm not gonna mention names. Specifically, when it came into transmission, meaning using the air. U.S. was on AM station, okay, and then there's an FM that's opened up, and this guy's a good friend of mine, and I know him personally. He decided to use the FM radio, which it was not even the norm, but whoever who's got the FM radio was happy, okay. So he built a tower on the Twin Tower. He had one antenna, one of the longest antenna, a mast and antenna, and he was serving the uh, Greenwich Village in New York. And people who have FM radio was listening to it. He had 241 DJs trying to really be part of this FM radio. Guess what? His rating was so high that it took the AM stations by the storm. Guess what happened to him? This is actually you can find this information, or if you Google it, you'll find that information. So what happened is they said, "Damn, he's getting high rating. The only thing he plays is music." Okay, so they did everything they can to bring him down, and all the network syndicate, came on FM radio to be competitive. And he got out from there with zero. He got sued. He lost everything in the battle. He lost his wife. He lost everything in this battle. So if it happens in the U.S. as it is, okay, what make you think Africa is going to be? We are the easy prawn, sitting duck, taking advantage, and we're letting it happen. So we need, like you said, before the colonial time and after the colonial time, who came in and took over? Eritrea, when they were colonized, do you know during the 60 years that one person cannot pass fourth grade? Once you graduate from fourth grade, you're done.
They keep you that way.
Yes, I'm talking about fourth grade. I'm fourth grade. An Eritrean is done with the education.
But ask
But the
yourself,
Eritrean,
why isn't there nuclear technology taught in schools?
because let me tell you something.
In colonial schools. Hold on. Why
They
isn't
won't
there?
let
Hold on.
you.
1 second, Biggie, please. Why isn't there the technology to make engines taught in schools, in engineer schools? Why you don't have big engineer schools to make bridges and all that in Africa so easy? Why do we have to fight so hard to get these things? Do you know why? Because you're not supposed to get anywhere. We need a frame of mind to get anywhere. I'm telling you, if we keep this colonial frame of mind, we still not gonna get anywhere.
I can't fire that. I can't fire does stumble onto something sometimes. I think that question he was asking just now just jogged my memory
That's
to an
true. That's
extent.
true, Elijah. That's true.
Because he does ask some pertinent question. That question is very real, because when you look at in the early 19th century, when they first discovered nuclear and power, this in technology, it wasn't done with like sophisticated technology. It wasn't. Most of these things, it's not even in the 1940s. They were not that advanced. Yeah, they could do it. So why are our people
Um,
not learning it now?
yeah, but my big bro, the pastor, put up a little picture right there. Says brutal truth, right? And we should
Good.
talk the brutal truth. Africa is taught to be not smart. You hear me?
That's
So
not true.
we really need to think about what are we taught? Who is we? What have these people turned us into? You
You
understand?
see,
But
I understand,
indigenous,
but
of Africa
listen,
is because
listen. One thing,
told them
one thing that
invested
I
in those
brought you. Hold on 1 second, because I didn't finish.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I let it interject, but the interjection is not where I'm trying to bring you to understanding. What I'm saying is, even within the West, within the colonial and everything else, they got their own problem. Okay, so we are sitting duck for anything to change because a businessman is the one that keeps using all the tactical way to benefit from any
But
way on
Biggie,
how to make it. So I gave you the example on what happened to Eritreans, okay,
Hmm.
limiting them, and we know why, right? But at the same time, another colonial comes as the British. When the British came in, they're not supposed to hold on to Eritrea for 10 years, okay? Even though all the country is supposed to be free from the fascism. During the 10 years, when you ask an Eritrean during those era, you know what he said? What did he learn from the Italian during the colony? They said, well, one thing that I learned is how to build things, technical stuff. Because after you graduate from fourth grade, they use you as a labor force, but you are involved on a high tech development. They think he's going to be shoveling, he's digging, but at the same time, he's finding out about electrical connection and everything with no education, just being an apprentice. But when the British came, they taught, what did they teach you? They said they teach us how to lie, how to cheat.
steal. Yes.
That's, you see, that's the key. And look at where Eritrea is right now, to the day.
No, but all right, hold on.
All right. So
Isn't that the problem of Christian Africa?
it's
Aren't we thieves? Because I'm from Jamaica and I know we thieves and we liars. You feel me?
I
Isn't that
can't.
the same? Hold on. So I'm saying this. Ain't that the same in Africa? Don't you
now
put? Can you
you
can
brought
you can
religion
you?
onto this. Hold on. I just want to stay away from religion. Okay. One
Even the
thing that I
statement.
know. One thing
Sorry,
that I
I'm
Biggie.
know.
talking about colonization. I'm talking about
Col-
British colonization because Jamaica is British colonized, and same with um Nigeria, Kenya, and a lot of these places,
America,
right?
America,
Yes, and they
America.
are. And hold on, and I'm trying to tell you the mentality. So I'm using Jamaican mentality, and tell me if I'm wrong about your country, right? We like only black people. We don't like black bosses. We don't like having black people direct us. We prefer uh someone who with a different color, that we consider nicer because our superior practically is that color. All we want to be is that color. All we want to be is friends with that color. We treat each other bad. That's black. We've downgrade each other. That's black, and we do not want black prosperity. Isn't that in
And
your
guess
country
where
just the
we
same?
are? We are
Huh?
here right now. We're here right now talking about these. And these are the things that's going to transform the whole Africa. We
Yes.
know. We know. And it takes another generation in order to eradicate these issues. When
It
an
just takes
African,
real
when an African takes
self-determination.
an Africa, listen,
Yeah.
when an African takes control of being African and take control of putting his ideas, his innovation. This is the time we're gonna. This 2022, we said it's a working year for OA, for One Africa. What we trying to do is innovate people that have the knowledge, harness the youth to go into the development of his own nation that goes overflowing for the rest of Africa. And this is the time we're gonna say, okay, they did that, and let's think about that. Are we gonna be dwelling with it all the time, or are we gonna be getting out of it, knowing what they're doing, and harness this young generation? How long does it take to have, let's say, a well educated, head and shoulder African? Guess what? From the ninth grade, I'll find a clever guy that can blow the whole scientists that you have in the world.
Hello, can I
We have
interject?
that.
Can I interject for a bit? I can fire. And thank you, brother, Mr. R, as well. And I can fire. Hold for a second.
Yes.
I just want to speak on the technicalities because when the Tezi raised it, and I think there's something here I can learn, and I'm willing to learn from the Tezi. If we can expand into this, I think we've established the geopolitics of potentially why it could be that Africa is not building this as well. So it takes 6 billion to build this, to build these nuclear power plants as well. From the way I'm looking at it, for African countries to be economies that can compete at a global level, or even compete to the likes of Singapore and all that stuff, to be very competitive, you seem like you're gonna need a more robust form of energy rather than just some mediocre form of energy that's down to the each individual. Which, in a way, if it comes to that kind of energy, it will be an individual to an individual transaction, and it will be a case of of a demand, that kind of supply and demand, but not a national project in a way. So, but for countries like Nigeria to really be competitive in the world, they need something more robust, and Nigeria can build it right now. You understand what I mean? Maybe I'm just speaking for the case of Nigeria. Maybe there's other countries that potentially could do the same thing. So, what is really the technicalities? Is it an intellectual technicality, a financial technicality? Can you expand a bit more on that? More in the thesis. Sorry.
Oh, let me. In fact, I had another question. In fact, thank you for taking us back to the topic.
Yeah.
But I was curious because Nigeria has a lot of oil. I'm sure you can transform oil into power easily. So why does Nigeria have a power problem? I'm just curious. It should be very. In fact, I think the cheapest electricity in Africa should be coming from Nigeria. It should be very competitive in its own without even starting to open nuclear power, without even, because other guys like South Africa, they're using oil. So why is Nigeria not having? I mean, South Africa is using coal. Why is Nigeria not just using its own oil to produce cheap electricity? If I could, to Niger, if you
The,
can
the,
maybe
the thing
answer me.
is, if I tell you, you will say, "Oh, why do you say these things? It's not right." It's the point is, Nigeria imports petrol. You can't make it up. These are people that they have refinery. They can't get the refinery to work for how many decades now, and we import petrol when we are actually exporting crude oil. See, the state of our countries is pathetic. And sometimes this is why I keep saying we should be standing, we should be sleeping standing upright. You can't even believe. This is why sometimes when I come on this panel, I get a little bit frustrated because, like, how can you not understand something crazy is going on the continent? Something that is unnatural is happening. How can you you literally export crude oil and import petrol? We can't even crack. Anybody that attends chemistry classes, they know the cracking process of
That's what
crude
I'm
oil.
saying.
Yet Nigeria can't figure that one out. There are a few micro, refineries that are coming online, and Dangote's one is going to come online. But we shouldn't have even come close to being here in the first place. Since the let's say since the 70s or so, I don't think Nigeria has ever had steady power supply ever. That is the pathetic nature of the African economy. Look at Niger Republic. They send uranium to France to power their countries. All these 56 nuclear power plants Russia, this in France has, is coming from Niger's this in uranium, but Niger doesn't have power. What you think those people are? They don't understand. They understand. If you read this thing, I just saw something here that was written by Nigerians, because we signed a deal to build a nuclear power station with the Russians since 2009, with the goal of having completed nuclear energy plants by 2020. Obviously, this has not worked out for undisclosed reasons. COVID-19 certainly did not help, but the issues were apparent well before the pandemic. Additionally, there is the worry of a need in particular to avoid weapons proliferation. So the weapons proliferation often gets in the way of this thing. And to tell you that it's not just about weapons, it's about development. If you want to develop, there is look at Ethiopia. The geopolitics plays a big role, and if you keep saying, "Oh, this doesn't matter," you will be missing, you'll be misdiagnosing it. Nigeria can bring its money, $6 billion, put it on the table, and we'll still not get power. Well, what's his name? Obasanjo, when he came into office, he paid off all the energy companies. He paid them in advance, and still we don't have power. What do you want? People, if you understand how bad things are, you will be saying they pay them up front. They pay them up front, and we still
Because
don't have power.
they don't allow you to compete at that level. You should not be able to compete at that level. And I think that's what it is. You understand me? African countries must not be able to compete at that level. I'm just speaking in that way. But sorry, tonight, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think I've rounded up. I sympathize with how Tezi says that you want to talk about details. The details everything I talk about is actually in details, in terms of it's cost 6 billion to do. We can do it. 6 billion is not that much. If I tell you right now, if Nigeria has a whip round, how they say whip round, everybody donates 1,000 naira, every month. By the end of the year, we'll have that money. But
it's
even if you put the money on the table, you're not going to get nuclear power plant.
To Niger, just hold it there, everyone. I just want to welcome Bereket. Yeah, they've been on they've been waiting for far too long. I just want to give them a chance as well to come and talk. And nuclear it's now it's more than 6 billion to Niger. But I saw your England. I think they're planning 2026. It's almost going to be 10 years. I think they started in 2016. I was just reading something there. But Bereket, welcome.
Oh, yeah, I was listening, and yeah, I was actually yeah, curious for the situation of Nigeria. I mean, I wanted to ask a question. How is it actually? I mean, Nigeria has a lot of intellectual people abroad, and how is it actually? Do they not plan to do something back in their home country, and use their knowledge to Yeah, I mean, like you said, any chemistry student, knows a thing about separating compounds based on, the different physical properties, but shouldn't be difficult. How is it not possible that it's not implemented? That's my question for you, Niger.
See, these are people that are very sophisticated, and to be fair, I'm that sophisticated too. I can be very evil if I want to be. See, point is, if you want a people not to grow, it's far more efficient to destroy the systems that make them grow. Why would you want to send a soldier there or anything? You sabotage the systems. One of the easiest way to sabotage the system is that you make people unaccountable. When they steal money, nobody, there's no rule. Everybody is corrupt. Everything is going crazy, and everybody hates. Some people hate the system. So you have a situation whereby a simple process we can't even get to work. Yet there are villages in Nigeria, towns in Nigeria, where every family has a professor. Nigerian professors are in many universities all over Africa. Why is that impossible in Nigeria? Why can't they use that knowledge? Because there are things that are to achieve progress in this type of arena. It's not just about your knowledge in your head. The environment has to be there. Who is going to make sure that the money is there? The people that are building it are going to do it on time. The contractors are actually going to show up. Because once you have an agreement to make progress, all you have to do is go to one person that is responsible for maybe the company that is going to come and build it, and they will say, you know what, don't bother, don't do that, or they give that business another contract somewhere else to go and do, and they'll forget you. They will like, you know what, they will tie you up in knots in court cases, and the money will just go to nothing. And that's exactly what happened with Nigeria. All the money we spent on power supply, it doesn't go nowhere, and they keep doing it over and over again until to be fair, you have to admit that what the Chinese are doing is quite deliberate. The Chinese, what they came to the continent to do is that they know that these other groups have been doing us in, so they say, you know what, we are going to give you a better deal. We are going to actually give you exactly what you want, but you are going to get the loans from us, and you're going to, pay us back the money. That is the deal. And recently, just this week, not even last week, this week, I saw a Chinese official in one of these African countries, East African country, and they were commissioning the project. He says the reason why they are doing these things is to enable Africans to reclaim their destiny. Can you imagine going that far? It's deliberate. Or let's put it this way, it's a marketing thing that they are doing. They are trying to imply that they are deliberately doing these things to ensure, because they know if Africa is strong, we have a choice to choose between whoever we want to deal with.
And to Niger, wouldn't it be wise as well for them to offer it as a loan, because they know sometimes where the loyalties of these African countries lie? You understand what I mean? Because these leaders sometimes cough this money and put it in their own personal banks as well. So they put it as a loan as well. That it's not just free for you to use that how you wish.
The beauty about the Chinese is that they basically don't give money. And that is one other thing that they do. They don't give money. I think somebody mentioned it on this panel or one other panel. They don't give money. They say, we are going to build this stuff for you for so amount. They don't hand the money over to the government. So no room for corruption there. And they are actually going ahead to build it. Look at the rail tracks they built in Nigeria and so many. And the problem is that why are the Chinese not offering to build this nuclear technology? If they were the one that offer it, I know they were going to go ahead to do it. Do you know that right now they are aiding Saudi Arabia in this? They've already aided Saudi Arabia in creating, enriching uranium. And nobody's talking about Saudi Arabia trying to go nuclear. Even if they have oil. Tazi, are you hearing? Tazi, are you hearing me? Saudi Arabia
I'm
has
hearing
oil.
you. I'm
They are
listening.
still going nuclear. Because they know just in case their country is being pounded, so that they can, go radical on anybody that wants to come after them. So this world, the way it works is that you always have to be on your guard. You look at we are in Africa. We know how the jungle works. The antelope doesn't just go around. There's a reason why their ears swivel everywhere. They are watching their back all the time. And where are we? Our antenna is like, if it's an antelope, the ears are gone. And we don't pay attention to what is going on out there. And this is why sometimes I come across as sounding paranoid, and I come across as saying, "Oh, it's always watch out for the outsiders." You know what? Because that is where the source is. We have the brains. Like I said, there is a town in Nigeria that they have professors in every family.
So
But
Nadia,
this is the whole
let
thing.
me just say something quick. Let me just say something quick. Mwende Tezi, I really like you because I've heard you from many panels and you talk extensively about many things because I think you're brilliant. If I was a dictator, I would put you at the low-level design of every project because you will know the ins and outs of how every component works. You understand me? But it's just at the high-level design that you need something a bit more. You understand me? Forgot what I was gonna say. I forgot but
See,
Moral compass.
stop trying to be generous. I see the people are patronizing you. Why are you telling him
But
that? What
uh,
has he
uh,
done? What has he said that merited that kind of
Madara,
statement now? I'm not going to
Madara,
patronize him.
as we said,
low-level design.
initially,
The
Madara,
low-level
Madara,
area means he knows
uh,
how.
Madara, as we said, as Big also reiterated, that this year we're gonna be brutally honest, but we do not go for the man, we go for the idea. So
Oh
let's
no, I'm
leave the
not.
man out,
Yeah,
talk to the
stop
idea.
making it look like, oh, he's what
Oh,
detail has he said here?
no. I'm not going for the man. I'm not going for the man. Actually, that is a compliment because a
Yes,
low-level
God,
design engineer,
we know it's
a
a
low-level
compliment.
design. Hold on, I can fire. A low-level design engineer is the one that knows how it really works. You understand what I mean? But sometimes those kind of engineers tend to miss out the geopolitics or the kind of politics behind an office. You understand? But low-level engineers tend to know how to make things work. I'm actually saying he's a very, very smart guy. That's not an insult, and it's not a compliment. I actually respect the Tezi right now. Don't take it. I respect it. But we really have to be honest in these conversations. Even I have white friends. Not white friends. I have European friends. I have people all over that are really honest. They are really honest. They are really honest
Why
about this topic.
why did your voice why did your voice dip when he said
Sorry.
Yeah,
They're
God,
really honest about
you
this
come
topic.
suspect.
They're really
it's like,
honest about this topic.
why did your
And they
voice dip?
say, and they say,
Is it a shameful
and,
thing now?
just right now I asked, and they said, well, you don't want to do that because you will grab some other unnecessary attention and you will anger a lot of other nations if you want to go the nuclear route, even if it's nuclear energy. I've even asked that question right now. So I'm going to tell you, we really got to be honest about this conversation. And it's not I'm not attacking. I am definitely not attacking. I've listened to Meditated many times and I really love him. He's just like tonight. He's one of those guys that I love hearing from as well. But we got to be more honest about the topic.
I,
Can I say
Madara,
something?
if I
go
can
ahead.
just welcome Barakat, I just want to welcome Tesva Lidet, and then let's hear him out as well, or her out. I don't know if it's a lady or a guy, but let's
This one
welcome
is a guy.
Tesva, and then we'll
Yeah,
come to
I'm
Biggie.
a guy. Just so you know, I'm a guy.
You're a guy. Sorry about that.
I'm
I
not
don't
Yeah,
want
as
to
funny
say
that this
lady. Next
guy.
thing you're a guy, and a lady is a guy. So I just wanted to say, just to be safe.
yeah, I
Proper.
understand that. So, you really chosen an interesting topic today. Um, for someone from Ethiopia, we've seen this drama up close, really, with how energy is twisted and used, to trap developing nations. So it's sort of like my friend Tina, I think it's Tinaja if I'm not mistaken, but uh, so like he's been saying, there is an orchestrated, gang, like a sort of gang going on to keep Africans in general from getting the tools to, to be self-reliant. Uh, let's take the case of Ethiopia. So we've been trying to build this dam, the Great Renaissance Dam on the Nile, which is a hydroelectric power, which will not affect significantly the water share of downstream countries. But we were actually forced to sign a treaty, a neo-colonial treaty with downstream countries, but written by America, and guess who wrote it? It's not the State Department or some other
agency who knows about this stuff for
England.
drinking water. It's written by the Ministry of, I mean, Secretary of Treasury.
Treasury.
Look,
Yeah.
look how they play us. How is the Secretary of Treasury? What in God's name does the Secretary of Treasury knows about anything about hydroelectric dams or cross-boundary rivers? So this is the game they play. They just want us to know to kneel down for their intentions, and they want to they want us to blindly follow their directions. But we have to start saying no. We have to start, like, since we had we were lucky enough to have a prime minister with a spine. He got out of that deal luckily, and we were slapped with uh, they withhold like $300 million, I think, USDs. But it's not worth it. Signing that treaty would not be worth it. Would not be worth for the coming generations. So Africa should should start to question things, to question how things are being done around the world. So I completely, see the frustration that I hear from my fellow young Africans over here. I'm loving the conversation. I'm loving the passion. Let me follow your conversation, and I'll come back, I think, later.
Yeah.
And
Just to add to Tasfadid that, you know, the U.S. relation with Egypt, okay, is the interest of Israel, okay, and they're getting $3 billion support from the United States. We only built a dam, not through loans, not through anything. Each individual in Ethiopia, each citizen contributed his own money. Sometimes that's his 1 month salary that went through that to that fund. The
Wow.
fact that we're funding our own dam, there's no loan to this dam. It's all funded by all Ethiopians. Okay, and that pissed them off because they want us to beg. We said no, we're not gonna beg. And here they ran out of all ideas, and the Treasury Secretary came out of the blue with an idea. Oh, this is the way we're gonna force them to sign. He cannot do that. He
but
can't
these
do
are the
that.
things that
You
this
know,
is what I'm trying. This is the same thing what I'm trying to say to everybody that most of my African people does not see black and white, but this world is actually operating that way. You feel me? So
one thing I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But one thing that you already started the conversation about Ethiopia not being colonized. So we say
yeah,
no.
yeah,
We say
but
no. We have the mentality, whether whether I'm black, white, or anything else, when it comes to the interests of my country, including from the era of Menelik and Tedros, we defended this country without no colonialism because we said no to it to begin with. We fought to it. We spilled blood to it. Our forefather built this country, and we want to mean it that we're building it not only for Ethiopia's sake, but for the whole Africa. We are in the move for Africa. We're not
yes,
just about Ethiopia
yeah, yeah. So I
because
understand you.
we don't have that mentality to bow down.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, and but I'm really talking about a broader issue on the continent. You feel me? I think Ethiopia is great. You feel me? But the Western world does affect people's mind too. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is, in Africa, we are being brainwashed to think that the world is our friend, our what you'd call it. It's like we are all the same, and we everyone hear me?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So we are being brainwashed on the continent to say that oh, Europeans and and um and Africans is the same, and that's the way they think too. You feel me? So this is the issue with how our African people think. They're thinking for those people. They don't really like. They try to eliminate the real stuff. You feel me?
Mm.
So
Hmm.
Africans need to really have this code that what you'd call it detract or shield from these type of sneaky people. You feel
This is
me?
what you call a code of honor among
Yes,
Africans.
yes,
Big
and
E just bridged the gap just now of the one of the first points we raised. You know, when it was raised that we don't have money, we have money. Ethiopia was able to take whip round to build the
yes,
dam.
yes.
Any country can do it. It's, the dam cost about 5 billion. They can go and whip round Nigeria. It's a year they will whip round and get money to build a nuclear power plant.
It's true.
Clearly, something
The
is
two
They
obstructing.
don't
Niger.
want us to be example. They don't want us to be example. We're gonna entice the whole of Africa. This is in the
Yeah,
making of the power.
but
Listen,
we
we
all
got
have
a
to have.
transmission line. There's a transmission line that's already laid out and connected to Kenya. We're trying to
See,
feed the grid. There's so many underground things that's going on unnoticed, and believe me, they're working
Let,
on
let
it.
me let me let me raise a few points because I know this project really up close. Although I'm a medical doctor, I have served as clinic. I mean, the ground medical team at the GERD site. So let
Wow,
me
wow,
describe
wow. What's
my
your name?
viewpoint. That's
Really,
further.
tell us, because we're gonna learn a lot more from you,
So
because we got a
so
lot of medical people that are coming in. So, what's your name?
that's further.
That's followed it.
Yeah.
It means the
So
hope of the birth of Christ.
yeah, exactly. I was born on Ethiopian Christmas Day. That's why I was given that name. Interesting fact. So we'll talk about this that another day. But let me
Wow.
say
Okay,
something.
go ahead, man.
Yeah. So so we had the money. So like you said, I don't know. I haven't catched your name. Sorry. Uh, but so like my friend was saying, we have collected and we have actually funded the project. But you know what they did? One of the things that I noticed and that was kind of funny for me. So the civil construction work was contracted to Salini. This is an Italian company that does that have done lots of hydroelectric power stations in Ethiopia as well. So what they did was, they actually got into an agreement and they started lagging the project. The funding is there. The full attention of the government is on the dam. The full attention of the people is on the dam. We were on the same page, holding shoulder to shoulder, to really get there. But they started this kind of deliberate deliberate acts and actions to delay the building of the dam. For example, uh, the target water to be contained in the second half was not met. This was not actually due to anything. The government was providing the funding, providing equipment, providing raw materials. What they did was they denied us the logistics to transport them to the site. Shipments, foreign currency issues, bank issues. They wanted us to kneel down and sign to their agreement, but we've resisted it up until now. The dam is now around 82%. Recent data is it's completed. The whole project is around 82% completed now, but we've not reached the end. I don't know what next action they're hiding behind their backs, but it's far from over. So I don't actually blame us. So there are issues with ourselves that we need to sort out as Africans. But even if we try to fill in all the gaps, they still find a way. They still find a way for us to be not self-reliant. I don't know how should we overcome that because the system, international system, organized in a way that if you can't break it. So I don't know. I don't have that wisdom how to like um, really get there and get into the system. But we need to wake up. We need to really start seeing into things, questioning things. If not, our children and grandchildren are going to live in the same situation that we're living in now, and it's really really a heartbreak for me.
Absolutely. I mean, the story about the building the dam, it has a lot of stories, from losing the chief engineer to from financial things that go on scrambling and slowing down of the build out. All that is a pain. This is why we want one Africa, because let's say it takes about 3,000 chips to build a car. If I miss one chip, then I cannot build that car. But if I got all my 3,000 chips all over Africa where I can find it and get a supplier from Africa, then I will have, let's say, even if they don't manufacture it, but they have a great amount of supply and good communication, we can get those parts. I'm pretty sure you had a lot of logistics issue because of maybe the iron is not there, the cement is not there, bolt and nuts are not there. And if we got this understanding that this Renaissance dam, it's not about Ethiopia anymore. This is about Africa. This thing has so much potential of powering the whole neighborhood and including some part of Africa. And the beautiful thing that happens is the relationship between Ethiopia and Kenya, which is another one that I want my Kenyan brother that's going to explain that, because we got the transmission line completed and it's in Kenya for the grid. So basically, these two countries already have a power where they have to contribute to each other and so forth and so on. And then you establish that same grid and go across Africa. Then Africa has electricity. Electricity means a lot for us to educate our own children. Our children are suffering. The greatest potential of our children is not harvested, it's not there because of
And
the
that's the
lack of
backyard
energy.
of Somalia. So the backyard of Somalia can get electricity.
Hmm. So right now, we're still gonna stick to the how to electrify African to industrialize is our relationship among African countries. If you are African and you're an engineer, you're a marketing salesperson, business person, think African business.
Well,
Think for your own benefit to rip it and see it. When you retire, you see all these kids that have been graduated and have the education, and now they are back in their own hometown and developing. Listen, electricity is supposed to be the least thing that we're supposed to worry, but again, is the hardest thing to obtain because of the geopolitics, because of the other shrewd businessman. He just want to block it because his stock is going to improve on another one by holding this one. So we need a lot of business people, African businessmen, that are really should think African. What benefit my continent? What benefit my country? This is what we need to develop. And when we get electricity, that's what we're gonna teach our kids. We're gonna teach them about banking. We're gonna teach them how to save money, how to build things, how to do things. And guess what? The main question is about industrialism in Africa. If we got the electricity, if we got the energy, Africa is gonna soar an industry. And they don't want us to do they don't want us to see that. They don't want us to do that. But again, with all our continued effort, contribution to Africa, we will prevail. There are leaders out there that need support. These leaders need extreme support and being protected in your prayer, in your might, in everything you can. When they need something, here, financially, here, intellectually, here, my being. Be present for those leaders. These are the future. And I don't know if you're going to tell me something, but I think Dr. Abiy is on that road. Kenyan president is on that same road. South Sudan is the same. Somalia is the same. Eritrea is the same. They're taking path. We need to support them.
Yo, so can I ask, how does Ethiopia actually deal with corruption? I mean, as I asked Nigel before, he said something about being families out there who are enriched and knowledgeful, but there's some short. There's often there's going to be a lot of short-term thinking of the elites, and there's going to be corruption. The people think about the cash and such. How does how can you how
I
does
think that's where I come in.
okay.
On that's a moral question, right? That's how that's where we how do we stop people from being disloyal to their country and to their people, right? How do we stop people from doing things that oppose their own development, or 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 stop them from thinking about just their own development while doing things to develop their own little personal stuff and opposing the development of the wider people? How you do stuff like that is you have to answer the question of morality. How do we have this morality? Where did we get it from? And how can we alter it? This is how I see it, right? Because it's like, that's why I was saying, it's like a tug of war. Tug of war means you have to, it's like in Africa, there should not be a tug of war. We could make a tug of war with Europe, but in Africa, there should not be a tug of war, because in Africa, we shouldn't think about who's going to lose. And in Africa, no one wins if everyone don't win. And that's supposed to be our mindset. So we really, so I without have to teach anybody morality, I have this as a code. Everyone, there should be what you call it, a oath, where we call it the new African national oath, and it says, "I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa." I mean, even people who is mixed have to say it. So what I mean is, make us swear to our skin. Make us swear patriotism to Africa. What it means is, you're not saying patriotism to Kenya, and you're not saying patriotism to so that's on a lower level when you say patriotism to Nigeria. But in the general level, we should be in patriotism to Africa, where it's protectionism for Africa. Like a little dude in South Africa, Mr. Lux, went to Ethiopia and to proclaim that he want to fight for Ethiopia, in which I'm very proud of. You feel me? We all need to have this state of mind, and we all need to have a moral aspect of things, where you cannot steal from Africa because you is Africa. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying? So we need we need a structure where we automatic won't take our money out of the country. We automatic will not kill our brother. We need something that to make us automatic do not do things to destabilize our country or our province or our regions. You
See,
understand?
I can I've heard you say this before. One,
Yes.
before people start swearing to their skin, before they go to the point where they start swearing to their skin, they are already probably loyal to their people and the continent. Secondly, in terms of corruption, people tend to become corrupt, either deliberately or indirectly. And
I
in terms
don't
of
think so, Niger.
let me just
Niger.
finish the point. Let me just finish the point because you have not. When I finish the point, maybe you will have a better idea, or then you can go ahead. The point is, the question the guy asked was about how do corruption, with this Ethiopian dam, this thing, whether how does corruption fit in, how do they mitigate it, and the idea behind it is that one, the project these days with the Chinese, I said it earlier on, it's not based on where you just have money handed to officials anymore. It goes straight to the company that is going to be building it. So you don't have a lot of room for corruption anymore. And another one, the Ethiopians themselves contributed to this stuff. And from what Big E said, he said that it's not chicken change. You actually contributed a significant amount of money to it. So these people will be watching
Too Niger.
anybody. So
Too
accountability will
Niger.
be quite high. Go
Too
ahead.
Niger. Could you look at the situation of the world, right? I wanted to give you a picture of the world, right? In Africa, any white man can survive. You know why? Because people will do things to benefit him. You understand? Who gave you that state of mind? Right? Who are in Africa? Some black person will be down and low, and sometimes we leave them alone and maybe push them down more in the dirt.
Okay,
What
see,
I'm trying to say
I
is,
get exactly what you are
hold on,
saying.
wait,
If
don't
you
cut
if you
me.
start
Wait,
the
wait,
reason why I'm saying
wait.
that, if you start saying people should swear to their skin,
Yeah,
then
but
you are
wait,
starting
boss
this
man.
becoming
Hold on,
just like
wait.
Hitler.
I want you to say, just hold on to Niger. Don't cut me yet. Just 1 second.
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying this, right? We automatic, it's like you don't understand. In colonization, we are, they taught us to borderline praising white people. What I mean is like they don't make us say it out front, but the actions of the thing they make us do and train ourselves in in the is in putting the white man practically on top, right? So that's the issue that we got. So it's like this. So what I'm trying to say is it's futuristic, but how do you get people out of that chance? You feel me? It's like we need to get out of that trance. And you can't say we're not in a trance. Go make some white. You may hear the the white lady that went to Nigeria made us feel ashamed because she went to Nigeria and could survive off $100 for how long, right? You know how she did that? Because everybody's nice to her. It's all welcome for her. So what I'm trying to say to you is our state of mind is making us do things psychological unknowingly. You understand? So that's why I say we really have to be bold about this type of code that even that it fights against our psychological unawareness. Go ahead.
Yeah, he
All
said
right. What
Uh,
I gotta say one thing. Israel is running out of time, and
mm,
we just put him on overtime right now. We got a great discussion, and one of the things that we were supposed to be in the topic of electricity. Now I just want just an overall thing that everybody misses it and nobody talks about it is about uh, the rule of law. Okay, the rule of law that's been practiced in Africa and how that is supposed to be. Really, if you're looking at it, we need to see and revise our laws. Who's the judge? Who's the one that's going to be? We need an oversight committee that's going to be really start stabilizing the country. The colonialism ideas, we beat it down on what they did us wrong. Right now, we're talking about Africa electricity. We're going way on the other conversation. And
Mm,
one thing is, we're going to be losing the audience that are in that aspect of bringing the electricity to Africa. We talked about the renewable energy. We talk about the nuclear power. All these things supposed to be enhanced. So I want you guys in this panel, whenever we talk about certain specific information that we need to put on, let's stick to that idea. Otherwise, if I write down the colonialism, what happened to Africa versus in my Ethiopian, Eritrean heritage, there's going to be so much. I can write a billion of books. And right now, we're just going to have to say, hey, what's the immediate thing that we're talking about electrifying uh, Africa? So please, sometimes, I love the conversation. Don't take me wrong. I love everything that we do on this panel. But at the same time, we have to adhere to the topics and stick to the topics because, oh, yeah, it's not just because of colonialism that you don't have electricity, because colonialism, they already build electricity that they can provide them for themselves. And then we benefited if you really want to know about it. But the roads, some of the roads that they've been built during the colonialism, and there's so many other things that we can talk. But again, let's stick to our immediate. How can we electrify Africa to this and to industrialize? I told you, 2022, we're gonna be brutally honest on what we see and what the subject is gonna be, and let's stick to that because that's the way we can develop. Oh, I can take a note, oh, okay, renewable energy, okay, do I know somebody? These are the things that I wanted to be working. If we're going to go all over the place, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to be talking about the same thing over and over. And as an African, I want progress. I want to see things changing on each subject that we get. Let's stick to that. And at the same time, I'll tell you, a lot of the failures comes from our justice departments. The justice system in Africa sucks because it allows ways to get out. Even the West suffered through that. But if we got our rule of laws and not thinking above the law, and we start respecting that, we can see some change in Africa in general. 60 years we're out, but you think we're out? No, we're not. I understand. But do what you can do for your country, like John F. Kennedy said. Don't forget that.
thank you.
Let's stick to the
Thank
subject.
you.
Advanced systems.
Thank you very much, Biggie, for reminding us to come back to the topic. And in closing, family, I'm gonna I'm gonna start with Tesfa, and then go to Baraket, and then go to Icon Fire, then to Niger, then Wendatezi, and then close with Biggie. So Tesla leader, how can what do you think we should be doing? What should Africa be doing? What plans should we be planning to electrify Africa in order to industrialize and have other sectors growing in the continent?
Okay, thank you, Udra. I think the first thing to do is to stop, playing this victim role. Uh, that doesn't mean that colonization had an effect on us. That doesn't mean that the international system is rigged against us. That doesn't mean that Western countries and the whites in general are trying to suppress our rights and our more, any work towards development. But I think we need to stop, playing the victim role and uh, really putting everything on colonialism. That will not help us. So we need to move on from that. It is a part of our history. We will forever be affected by it, but we need to start moving on. So the first thing to do, I think, would be that. And the other thing that we need to do is to organize and motivate, educate, and elevate our people. So it's nice, I feel really proud. I was saying this earlier on the comment section as well. So I feel real pride when I see young fellows, African brothers and sisters, coming together using an African media like this and bounce of ideas off of each other. So I think we need to now develop this, bring in more of our friends, of relatives. We need to spread the word, bring people into this conversation, educate our people, and elevate their, perspectives. I think that's the most and really important thing to do uh, before making real progress on the ground. So if we educate our people, if we start creating an army of literate and conscious people, then everyone will start asking questions. Our leaders who are really corrupt. Let me just mention this one thing, this little one detail. We also have suffered real bad because of corruption in this, the Renaissance Dam project. So that would be a topic for another day. But we have also suffered from that. But if we start creating, educate our youth and elevate their uh, consciousness, then we would have an Africans who would start asking questions uh, on if their leaders go out of track as well. So uh, in every bit of the information that we've been raising, every concern, hurdles are also a concern of mine. But I think we need to start, uh, uh, you know, taking the victim role would not help us. And I think we need to start taking matters into our own hands. And the best way to do, I think, is would be, bringing more people into this conversation, educating our people, our youth, uh, would would pave the road to uh, improvement. I think that's what I have. Thank you, Udra. I will not take much of your time.
Thank you very much, Tesma, for keeping to time and keeping it nice and sweet. Barakat.
Okay. Yeah. On topic. Yeah. How can Africa industrialize? It's yeah, you need for every country. It's important to look at the possibilities, look at the geography. Also look at the possibilities in exporting or importing energy from neighboring countries. Yeah, it needs to be. You need to look at a variety of things. Could be nuclear, could be solar, wind. Just what you think is a good formula that will can be used in the future. So yeah, who can help with this? Yeah, it can. I think diaspora abroad can help, and yeah, local population can help with thinking through what are the best options. But yeah, I think yeah, don't look at one thing. I think that's what I want to say. Don't look at one source.
Hmm. Energy mix. And I can fire.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, your closing statement. How can we electrify Africa to industrialize, and also including the Caribbean? I know it's mostly islands. I know there's big maybe, but obviously it's not everyone who might have electricity in those countries as well. So how this I'm just obviously extending
I
a
mean,
hand to Caribbean
for the
countries
most,
as well.
for the most part, the Caribbean got electricity. I'm not sure about South America, but in the case of Africa, well, Africa is the main area where we of the West wants to get developed because um we have nowhere to go except Africa. You feel me? So we need Africa to tighten up their minds for development. It's like this. There is no development without a moral aspect of things. We cannot do things on the edge of the line. We cannot, it's not gonna happen. It's like, oh, you're about to explode, but we think about this money, money, money. Well, why you think we're about to explode? Or I think stuff can just pop off because we are not in control of our minds. You feel me? So so for stability, we need a conscious mentality. You understand? It's like how can a judge be a judge in Africa, judging black people, but you don't know black history? So I think that every president, every judge, everybody who has their post, I think it should be mandated that you have some masters in your African history and all of that stuff. Because you're not gonna really be a good decision maker if you don't know everything about your past. You feel me? So these are the things I think should be implemented for a safe Africa. And invest in the Inga Dam because I don't see no project right now that can guarantee real stable electricity to most regions. You feel me? And that's a major development, and also the support of Ethiopia's dam. You feel me? Well, we need to understand that if we keep supporting and acting like we don't have no enemies, even though it's right in our faces who our enemies are. You feel me? If we keep going around pretending, you feel me? We done for. You feel me? We need to know who our enemies is, acknowledge it, make your people know so they can mentally defend themselves. You feel me? Okay, goodbye my people. Love, respect.
Hold on, don't leave yet. You got to hear everybody.
Hear
Okay.
everybody. You don't want people to hear you and then you run away.
Yes, yes.
No one leaves. No one is leaving here, guys. No one is leaving
Not
before
yet.
we all say shalom. We hear each other.
Okay.
To Niger.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, about the statement by Tess about how people blame foreigners and victimhood. To be fair, here I'm not sure I heard a lot of people talking about victimhood. They are talking about how you can forestall possible problems. And when somebody is saying that mosquito is coming to the house to bite you, and the person, some other person says, you know what, you need to get mosquito this thing to protect you from this thing. Is that victimhood? So we want to use terms quite carefully when we say these things, because sometimes it sounds sweet, sounds like a cliche. Able to say people have victimhood mentality when they are actually raising serious problems that, in the context especially, that you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. So that is the very epitome of um, prescribing solutions. They are prescribing solutions, and you're accusing them of victimhood because of whom they are calling out. That I don't think we should be doing that. It's not. This is not a joke, and it's not something that we would have to be treating as if when people are trying to call something out as a serious problem. I'm prescribing solutions. Like in my case now, let me prescribe the solutions for power supply. If you want to do these things, what comes to mind in my mind is one stone, two birds, as much as you can, because we can't afford to leave any chips on the table. This world, others are not. They are not seeing any advantage that they will get, and they leave it. Look at the state of us, and they are still not relenting. It doesn't matter, because in the end, they really want to, prosper. But to them, it's a zero-sum game. I don't see that as a zero-sum game. I don't hate them. It's not a zero-sum game for me. For them, it's a zero-sum game. They feel like if we rise, they'll fall. I don't see it like that. I see it like if we rise, we rise. They don't have to fall. So we try to build as much nuclear power stations as possible, as much renewables as possible. And in terms of hurdles along the way, I think our people should actually have ownership of it, just like the Ethiopians did. That's a very good idea, because if people feel ownership to any project that is going on, they are more likely to defend it, and they are more likely to defend their leaders that are carrying out those projects. And in terms of ensuring corruption doesn't, become a serious problem in the system, you make the system as transparent as possible. As a matter of fact, I think African countries should be shooting for the most transparent systems in the world. Advanced and transparent. And it's not impossible. Even the court cases, there are so many court cases that happen today that you can even circumvent the judges just by using machine learning. The tools are there. There are some cases in the UK here that they don't even call the judge anymore. The tools are there. You can circumvent certain things and use machine learning and pass simple judgments so that the system is not clogged. Or you shadow the judge with machine learning guiding this thing. If you find that the judge's judgment is completely way out of this thing, people will be monitoring and seeing what is going on. So there are more. I think we should be thinking outside the box. We shouldn't even necessarily be looking at the West. Like I said, my mindset is not about them. It's about us. We need to be thinking ahead, where we are going to. Something that, because our own problems are not the same as theirs, we have to be thinking about the tools we have today. We want to solve it with the tools. We want to solve our problem using the tools we have today. Because most of them, the problem, the system that they have there is based on problems they had yesterday, and they use the tools they had yesterday. We have technologies that we can use to leapfrog and move things forward. Hence, we can create an advanced system that mitigates corruption as much as possible. It's right there. You can make it so that contracts are not paid to ministers, and negotiation processes are as transparent as they come. Ministers can have accounts that the nation cannot track. There are certain things, I don't even know why they don't even put those things in place. You just put them, if you force your politicians to put this in place, they will put it in place. You tell them, you know what, anytime money comes into the national coffers, we'll be seeing it. It will be reading on the the news. Anytime they are reading news, we'll be seeing it. We'll be seeing it. You know how they put this national debt of America on Wall Street or Times Square so that everybody knows how much the country owes? There's no reason why we can't do it the other way around. On the continent, we can track everything they do. Even with mobile text, they will be saying, no, you know what? Oh my God, Kenya just made $1 billion today. Okay, that's good. I know now. Everybody's aware. There's no reason why we can't do that. So we should find creative ways to solve problems. And On this continent, we know we have the most intelligent people in the world. It's not even theoretical. That is something, it's a fact. Based on the diversity that the continent has, they've theorized that the most intelligent people should show up here. And why are they not being given the light of day? Is because our systems are messed up at the moment. If we start doing these things, you will see that the momentum will build and build. And before you know it, this type of discussions we'll be having will be about something else. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Niger. Mwenda Tezi.
Hey guys,
Yes.
can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, Mwenda Tezi, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, today was a very heated topic, if I can say that. It was very interesting. I think me and my brother to Niger, we usually clash in philosophies, but it's okay. But I would like to talk about the electricity, how can we electrify Africa to industrialize? Well, my opinion is that to industrialize, I think we need cheap electricity. So I think a cheap source of electricity will probably be necessary. And I think I don't know. I think hydroelectricity is also a cheap source. Also, the one getting from Ethiopia. Although I was going to, if we were to keep on topic, but I think you're closing down. But maybe my brother Biggie can talk about it when he closes. But when you talk about pushing electricity from Ethiopia to South Africa, will it be just more expensive in South Africa? That was just a curious question. And yeah, I think that's it. That we should. I think I don't have a lot to contribute because this is a closing statement. I think my focus should be made probably on cheap electricity and how we can maybe probably also deal with the corruption. This thing of the talking about outside influences. I think Mika spoke well about it, that we should keep the focus internal. That is my opinion. I know people will disagree with me, but I feel like that is how we should approach this thing in order for a conversation like this one to not stray, as Biggie has spoken, that we will be talking about plenty of things outside the topic unless we keep it internal to what we're talking about, electricity and industrialization of Africa. So thank you for opening this topic. It was very heated. Somebody told me that I'm a low-level engineer. It was very interesting. But it's okay. It's okay.
It was a compliment. It means you are like in business. And I was saying he doesn't have any reason to say that. Actually, I'm the one that was
saying. These are the things that happen when you have a very heated discussion. We understand. We are Africans. So we are used to this. Okay, thank you, Ezra.
Thank you, and Madara bent his pizza. Maybe he was still, he bent his pizza earlier. But just to answer one question that you raised about transmission, there is the longer the far, like in terms of when you distribute electricity from a power station to either a city and stuff. There is a loss of transmission. There is a loss of power through transmission. The further or the longer you have to transmit some electricity, you will lose some power on the way as well. So just to answer that question, so yeah, those are the things that you will have to bear in mind. But it's part of transmission. And also electricity is not just about generation only. There's the transmission side, which is now erecting the actual infrastructure to take the electricity from power stations to homes, cities, factories, and all those places. So that's another part as well we can also discuss about next time during this topic of electricity. And I'm gonna try to bring somebody who's who's an engineer, who's somebody very a big position, somebody who works in the industry as well. I don't want to put myself too much. I would love to find somebody a bit independent who can come and just talk. We can. I'll ask him question. I'll ask you guys to nail him with questions, and
Hi,
they'll be very interesting.
you don't mean him well. You are trying to have him ambushed here. Eh?
Yeah, some people. Yeah, some people. Some people. When you ask them for interviews, they're like, yeah, hi. You know, there's something about their jobs.
Yeah.
Hi. So sometimes it's not an easy thing, but we're trying, guys. Please, if you are on the comment section and you're also in the power industry and you have something that you love to contribute technically, you have the know-how, or you're on the project management side of things or managerial position, please come and share. You might not name where you work, but just come and share your knowledge, because these are the things that we need to impart on each other. Each one teach one, as I said. This year as we are taking action, the action is to each one teach one. So, but since when the Tenzi just closed, I want Biggie.
Sorry, I just forgot one thing. While I'm here, power resilience is one thing that we didn't address. Sorry, we didn't address it because the idea is that you don't want your source of power to be coming from one single source. You want to distribute it as much as possible due to natural disasters, wars, name it. You want it so that whenever anything happens, look at if they take out the national this in the dam, that could be very significant. It could hit South Africa, hit so many different regions. So sorry, I didn't mention it.
True. I think just something that I think some guys already also outlined that I think was it Barricade or who said we need energy mix. Even South Africa is using the same. The strategy for South Africa is not to use one source of energy. That's why there's a lot of solar projects, there's a lot of wind projects coming in, and once they come in, they'll also elevate some of the coal projects, and also aging coal power station can be decommissioned so that new power can also come on the line. But okay, I see Madara is back. And Tezi, I think maybe he wants to answer something. I'm just gonna allow him. Then after that, I'll allow Biggie because Madara.
Yes. The
Uh,
Tenzi,
uh, you're
when the
closing. You're closing.
That's actually a compliment to you. I actually was complimenting you.
That's exactly what I told him. They call me a low-level engineer.
It's a compliment. A low-level engineer is higher than a high-level engineer. The reason being, high-level engineers are like salespeople. They just sell the idea and they just discuss the high-level design of a project, but they don't design the low-level, the low-entry implementation of how to bring the project to life. You understand what I mean? Like, I work as an engineer, right? But I'm thinking, why am I doing this low-level shit when I can start just doing level start and gain more money and meet clients? High-level engineers meet clients and discuss licenses and discuss contracts and all that stuff. Low-level engineers are the actual engineers that bring the project to life. You understand? They're talking about design at the low level. It's not. It's a bit skewed in a way you think, but the low-level engineer is actually more technical. You know, sometimes you can say high-level architects are high-level engineers, but then you have design architects, the people that will actually implement step by step the project, how it goes. So I'm actually complimenting you by saying you're more technical than a high-level engineer. A low-level engineer is more technical.
Maybe you should have called him the chief technical officer. You know, chief on top of it, has that clout. When
But tonight, what I'm saying, you know how those kind of engineers don't really know how to read the interpersonal kind of discussions and behind the scene background and drama behind. They're engineers that are like, they're those type of engineers that are very, very technically minded, but they miss everything out.
Yeah, but the truth is, I actually disagree with you on that, and I'm surprised when you said that, because he wasn't actually being detailed. So you were saying he was low level. I was like, he's not detailed, and So it's okay anyway. But it wasn't an insult. That's the
It was,
point.
it was not an insult. It was a compliment. I was complimenting your technical input in the conversation as well. But the only disagreement I have is like there's other parts of the topic that we need to be more honest about rather than be a bit more intellectualize it. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that's all.
we all come from engineering background now, isn't it? So engineers are tough people on each other, I guess.
You know. So
Precision,
maybe
man. Lives hang on it, man. You have to be precise about things.
Maybe the problem, Madara, is the low and the high thing. Just say, I think I'll put you on the testing side of things, or something like that, or on the design, building the actual thing, or on the
yeah,
modeling.
I suppose if you're not an engineer, you probably will not know those kind of terms, and it kind of confuses the thing as well. But if you speak about it that way, it helps compartmentalize and encompass the whole conversation. That's why I use those words, helps encompass. But yes, you're right as well. That is, I guess, my situational awareness kind of issue there. But yeah, cheers for that. Cheers.
Thanks, Madara.
Cheers.
Always an input. I know you and I can fire at some point. You had real fire, and
You
when
know, I
I
can
hope you don't.
fire. I can say one thing about I can fire. As tonight just said, sometimes I can fire comes out with some things that are brilliant, and you have to hold on to that and expand that.
Yes, he does have some pertinent questions. And that one, to me, actually, I learned something from that today because he just reminded me that, come on, when these people discovered nuclear technology, they didn't have that advanced technology. We could do it today on the continent if we wanted to. There is no real reason we have the necessary materials on the ground if we wanted to do it. But for some reason, nobody's bothered because we think there's some technology out there that we need.
Have a good day.
We don't need
Oops.
anything. We have all it takes to do it. Even if you wanted to do it on the ground right now, all you have to do is go and read your physics textbook. You see that they
We
didn't have
lost
that
him.
much advanced technology to do it. I think
You-
he did say peace. I assume that he knew that he was going out.
oh, he's gonna come back on you now. you know,
Biggie.
I've been asked. In conclusion, I am so proud to be African. So proud. I'm so proud of you guys. In fact, 2 days ago, I promote everybody to be ambassador. All of you are ambassador of Africa. You know what's best for Africa, what works, what do we need. When God created us, the first thing He never denied us is oxygen. You know, He gave us two nostrils, and then He gave us the mouth just in case of emergency that He cannot breathe through your nostril. You understand when you get cold and all that, He cannot breathe. But He gave us this flawless, with no question asked, has been given. Then He gave us two ears to listen, just in case you miss on one, you can listen on the other side. And then He made it better because He gave us just one mouth that we can express ourselves. Okay. So as we've been building ever since creation and being human, He made us special. He gave us a unique identity. Black, white, yellow, name it. Whatever the color can be. He gave us this amazing creation. So we cannot be alone. He gave us birds. He gave us warm. He gave us the trees. He gave us everything we need. And yet, we cannot comprehend each other. Then we got a division in language. Then we got a divide on ethnicity. We got all kind of stuff that comes. And at the same time, I look at the electricity. When I see electricity, I have my own different research how to harness electricity of air. And I know exactly what Nicholas Tesla is talking about because
I am working live day and night on RF signals. These are electricity particles that goes in and out. So if God created me, and I'm very grateful He created me in this world where we need to make changes, and I said it, this panel is going to create a lot of leadership. It's going to question leaderships. You have to be one. And I told you, look at Africa with no borders. Start looking at it that way. Start understanding that you are, as an African, responsible for Africa. Nobody else. The West can do whatever they want. For me, I'm on the basic utilities. I'm looking at water flowing at their house. I'm looking at electricity flowing at their house. They don't have to go miles and miles away to get electricity. This is my ambition. I want Africans to have the basic utility. Whether it's nuclear, whatever we're talking, let's go to the basics that we have. Forget nuclear. Nuclear is all gonna be business. It's all gonna be we cannot deliver, we can have the believe me, it's something. Well, let's work on the natural resource that we have. In fact, I left out one is gas. We got abundance of gas. It's just not been explored. But forget the gas. Let's stick to the basic. We got hydro, wind, and solar. Let's build something where we can use a very simple things in front of you. You got water, you got sun. We can do a lot more. Let's harness my African citizen, my African brothers and sisters, with the knowledge on how to use and to bring about electricity, water, the basics. The basics. I'm not talking about being free, but those that cannot afford it, I think the government should subsidize that because we have the ability. Money, we have money flowing like you don't know what. Actually, there's more money that's out that's not even accounted in the radar. We have it. To stick to the conversation, for me, electricity is utility, the basics, necessity for Africa. So I see a lot of the corruption discussion. Guess what? That's number one, too. More than electricity and utility, if you don't have your justice system squared in and being fair, and the way we're going to look at it within among African, how we judge. Oh, he's been a thief for all the time. The judge is already corrupted. When he sees him, he doesn't read the case. He's going to judge him just the minute that he showed up on his courtroom. So we need to really revamp, recreate. We got the laws. It's just they're not being applied. They benefit only very few people. Okay, that's from one thing that I noticed. I've been going through a lot this weekend, and I see the law is failing Africans. Africa is the youth. The youth is losing interest of getting involved. Not to mention the job situations. Not to mention everything that goes around his realm. Now the government decides something. It really demoralized the young because guess what? We didn't teach them. We didn't give them information to harness and to fight. So I see electricity. Forget about industrialism. Okay, this electricity and water should be a priority for all African citizens, including the people that live in the Sahara. We can deliver water for them. It should be flowing in the house because you know what? We got abundance. We need to learn how to share. We need to share information. Need to share our resources. We need to have the same mentality as being African. What does it mean to be African? What's your culture? We are loving hospitality to the max. White, black. Believe me, in Ethiopia, come in into a house. It got dark. I need to stay a place. The first thing that they taught us, this is a God house. You're welcome. These are our tradition. This is our culture of welcoming. So we should give Africa the basic utility: water, electricity. It should be just like God created for us the oxygen and give us two nostrils. And these are the two basic need for Africa.
You said something interesting. Are you saying if you have the opportunity to build nuclear power plant, you should reject it and go for dam or anything else?
I'll leave it to the business people to bring nuclear power. We didn't even use our basic thing that we have in our land. And you go nuclear.
But you still need components for those things. It's not dissimilar. You are spending 6 billion or 5 billion on the dam. You will still need to get equipment.
What I'm saying is, if you're gonna go nuclear, you have a long laundry list to fulfill to be nuclear powered.
That is why
when you build,
if you have the opportunity, would you opt to go the other direction? If somebody says 2 years, it's going to take 2 years to build a nuclear power plant, or it's going to take 2 years to build a dam power plant, which one would you choose?
I'll choose my dam. I'll choose my dam. You know why?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me explain you why. Okay. I have all engineers capable of running my dam. Because in 1960, Haile Selassie said, I don't have the engineers to build the dam. He needed the dam. He sent people to be educated, to become electrical, mechanical, chemical engineers, and to understand the soil. You understand? Now you're going to go nuclear. Yes, it's good. $165 million being spent to Ethiopia that's going to go nuclear. Okay? It's already there. But what I'm saying is, Africa cannot wait until you build my nuclear facility in Ethiopia. I have the dam. I want to focus on my dam to provide electricity. We need to prioritize. You understand? We need to prioritize on what we have in our hand.
If you presented with both, you will have. If you choose dam when they give you the same timeline, the same price, then personally I wouldn't understand that.
Let's have it's a reality check. It's a reality check. Are we ready for nuclear?
Why not? Are we children? See, they were not ready. They were the
we can't even feed ourselves.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Pardon?
We're not ready for nuclear.
Oh my God, and you think why people are being insulted? That's the most insulting thing you've said to our own people so far. How can you say, are we children?
No. Reality check, man.
It's reality.
Are we children? Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. People that were selling their wives barely 120 years ago in marketplaces built nuclear technology, and you're telling us that we are not capable to today. Oh my God.
Do you know,
wonder why I have problems
Naja, I think you're taking this conversation a little bit on a different level. What I'm trying to say to you, okay? Let's use what is in front of us. That's already been built. If you build a nuclear power, right? Okay, you need a distribution system, right? You need transmission. You need transmission line. We don't even have that. I'll be hugging. I'm going to be nuclear if I'm hugging. That's nothing. For me, what I'm saying, the basics, when you start having with what we have, then we start building a grid. If Kenya produces electricity, she will ship it to Ethiopia, Ethiopia back and forth. We need to build a grid. Okay, I'll give you an example. A nuclear powered country with all the electricity it can get. I don't know if you revisited what happened to Texas. They were shut down for what? A week? No electricity in America because of certain regulation, and they didn't agree to be part of the grid. That shows you an example of failing. I'm an electrical engineer, okay? And I know what their fails are because they got regulations. In America, Dallas, Texas had no electricity. It's supposed to be flawless for the American citizens. This happened. Do I want to see that happen in my country, in Africa? No, hell no. Because of grid issue.
Oh, you see,
So,
this is the thing. Sorry, I have to say this because this is the difference. When you say these things, it reminds me of things I've read about our history, what we keep doing over and over again. When the Europeans came here, they came, they had guns. We just didn't care about how they made the guns and all those things. Just let them do whatever they like for hundreds of years. But when they went to Japan took the gun from them and made it immediately. And that mentality is what we still haven't shifted. We keep still thinking that we are like children. I don't understand it. We are just like them. They came from us. How are we sitting here saying, oh, when you have opportunity to better, have dual technology, you give it up and say you go for the more benign one. When the Mali Empire was
No. I didn't say that. You don't give up on opportunities. You don't give up. What I'm saying is we have existing. I'm sticking to the electricity. We still have existing hydro, solar, thermal that's been done already. It just doesn't have a grid. They don't help each other. It's like a battery, a battery, you charge it. If you use it, if you don't recharge it again or keep it charged, it's going to die. I'm talking about technical part. On what we have a good amount of things in our hand. An exploration nuclear. Listen, there are nuclear power plants that was built and ran by Africans in Western countries. We have highly specialized. My classmate in Ethiopia, living in the US, he's a nuclear physicist that works on the French nuclear powers. As an example, he's an African.
Exactly.
So
I
it's not the ability. It's not the ability of having a nuclear plant. In fact, we can do it a lot faster to build one because we got a very knowledgeable, expert Africans out there. Again, it comes to I can fire is how African are you? It's a moral issue. It's a high level that he keeps pointing. And I don't want to cut him off because there are certain things we're going to need to hear over and over. It's just like becomes a second nature. That's how I allow myself to listen to him because it keeps me on the point. He's right. And when I talked about the electricity, we got to stick to it. He's right. The nuclear power, yes, we do. I mean, we do have it. Even Russia is coming in 100 years in relation to Ethiopia, and they're forgiving $165 million for the research to bring Ethiopians to come and run a nuclear plant. Yes, it's ongoing. But when I look at the United States going from 9% nuclear in 2035, they're going 100% renewable energy. Why should I go nuclear? Give me a good example.
2,000 to 3,000 nuclear warheads. Jesus Christ, how can we not see this? They've got 2,000 to 3,000 nuclear warheads.
Am I going to war, or am I going to be serving my people with the
Like I
electricity?
said, just read your history and you see the catastrophic mistakes our people made. Exactly the same way you are saying this right now.
We're
How
right
can
here.
you? They
We're
are not
right here.
stupid. How is it that every other group is arming themselves to the teeth, and our people keep saying, let's just go and do the benign stuff all the time, and you want to
Let
be
me tell.
free? You're not going
Let
to
me
be
tell you
free.
something. Let me tell you something. You know, for Africa to be nuclear powered, okay? We're nuclear powered. Let's say we got all the nukes that we want in the world. Though, so that means when we get at that level, we're smarter than anything else in the world. You're looking at a future to harness ourselves in the nuclear power. I'm talking about the basic necessity, oxygen. It's a two different. Let's start at the bottom in order to be the greatest continent again.
If
We
you give up
have
one, you will lose
everything
the
in our
other.
hand.
If you
You
give
see,
up one, you will lose
I'm
the
talking
other.
about basic utility, and you talking about harness us to have. We don't. We cannot even have our own military to understand each other within one nation, and
Exactly.
let alone to create a nuclear. And guess what? Somebody's gonna decide to nuke somebody. He's got the button. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the basics. I really don't care, because you know why? My people are starving. I need to
Because they
feed.
don't have it. That's why. How can we not
What?
understand this? If you don't have defense, you will give up the other two. You don't have any right to survive if you don't have
Let me
defense. You
let me tell you
simply don't have
something.
any right.
We never had a defense system, collective African defense system. We don't. If Ethiopia got a nukes, does it protect the rest of Africa?
Yes, actually.
I don't think so. I don't
Well,
think so.
That is what they
well,
call
I don't think
strategic
so. You know why?
geopolitics.
You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
There's only one nuclear powered country. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they might not test her, but does Ethiopia will be able to send those nukes over to America or over to Europe? Now we're looking at two different things.
Because you have to
Okay.
start it one day at a time. If you don't have it, how are you
Listen,
going to even start sending
we
it?
have we have listen, I don't know how to explain in Niger. If you come to Ethiopia, I'm going to take you some places. Okay, I'll take you some places that it would blow your mind. Right now, I'm sticking to the conversation of electrifying Africa. We don't need to be a nuclear powered countries in order to be successful. That's not it. We get to that level when we are ready. Are we ready to destroy our own world? Look
I
at
mean,
all of them. Look at Russia and look at America. They're destroying whatever that they have. They want to control the nuclear armament. They don't, they don't want it anymore. They created it. They're there. They're going to different technology. You don't even understand what you have on the satellites, what they can do. I know it's there. So about this nuclear powered for electricity to get there, I agree if we can. But again, when I see the rest of the world coming out from it, why should I reinvent? In 1950, if they knew they have a wireless communication, you wouldn't see any phone lines in your house. They would have developed that, tapped that a long time ago. But they looked at it as a threat of national security. Okay, there's a lot more behind when it comes to harnessing electricity power. They
but they are not
denied
coming
Nikola
out of
Tesla.
it.
Listen, they even denied Nikola Tesla of his invention of the wireless system. In 1976, they said, yep, Nikola Tesla was right, and that's his patent. So for me, if we're gonna go we're going on a different conversation. So I want to stick to my electrifying. I just want to see Africa to have electricity and water at their door, at their house. Whatever it takes. It can be nuclear powered. I don't care. But I'm very
Now I
realistic.
like what you have said.
I'm really
I like what you
realistic.
have said.
No, I'm very realistic. I'm trying to say, let's use what we have in our hand. Let's develop our
Exactly.
African brothers.
I agree with that. Is when you said, "Oh, look, nuclear." That let's leave that to something else. That is why I felt okay. That doesn't sound like
No,
somebody
you
that
have to
wants to get
understand me.
themselves
I'm
out
very
of.
African. I'm very African about that. I protect my brothers and sisters. I don't want them to be target. I want them to have the
Exactly.
simple things as water. You know how many people have water in their house? No, not everybody. They got to go miles and miles away to get that dirty water, and then they die out of bacteria. Okay, I want clean water, electricity, just the way you suck the free energy from the oxygen to energize yourself. I want it to be just like that for every household in Africa.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. I agree with
Gentlemen,
that.
gentlemen,
No
I have
worry.
to cut
I
you
think
there.
me and Biggie, we are not done.
Yeah,
We are not done yet. This is the
you,
beginning.
you, you, you two are not in Africa. It's late, yo. You want to sleep, oh?
So
It's
now,
I,
already,
so
I would like to add
it's already
something.
Monday in Africa, guys. It's already Monday in Africa. You guys are still in Sunday. We're already Monday now.
all right. Thank you for having me today.
Let me
And
tell you something. I want to go back to Africa. Okay, I want. I'll tell you a little bit of me. I want to go back to Africa with every harness that I can get. There are a couple things, couple projects that I want to get in, and that's going to be huge. It's going to be huge on what I know. I always told my mother, stay away from electricity and stay away from close relationship with your own relatives. You got to maintain balance. And guess what? I am immersed in the electrical field. Okay. I was advising her, everything in balance. I was 7 years old. She always complain about her sister. She's gonna complain about that. And I said, Mom, I see you always getting hurt. You care for the family. And I said it at 7, and I told her, Mom, electricity, if you're too close, you can get electrocuted. When it comes to family matters too, we got to look at it from afar and be a better judgment. Don't get burned for it. You understand?
mm,
We love our family, but you understand every African family knows what I'm talking about. So you have to really maintain performance in your family. Electricity does the same thing. It performs inside your house. You can plug in your phone, you can plug in your TV, you can have light to be able to read and achieve. So everything has to be balanced. One of the things that balanced us, once you get all this electricity and everything, guess what? There will be regulations, regulatory thing, mandates, and all that. So we got a long way to go, but to make these things a lot faster, just the way Ethiopia is building this grand renaissance. This grand renaissance should be the pride of Africa. Africans should take a pride because you're African. This is in your land, in your continent. You should be proud. The people of Ethiopia built their own renaissance without any international interference. They tried, they failed. We're going to succeed.
yeah.
We established a grid based towers between Ethiopia and Kenya. We wanted to see it going north to Egypt. Let's light up Egypt. And on top of that,
Oh
yes,
my God.
we're gonna overtake that.
Is that supposed to
That
be
that
the
Aswan that Aswan dam is gonna be so small by the time we light up Egypt and Cairo.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not sure they're gonna like it.
Just looking at it, because we love our Egyptians, we love our Sudanese. We got a better thing to fry, man. We got bigger fish to fry. So we gotta
Yeah.
be thinking ahead and how we can develop this thing and have all the grids passing through all Africa. And then guess what? The small village is gonna see in Pakistan. I mentioned the country, but I had a proposition. Okay, for $50, I can get a 500 cards, business cards, in the U.S. But for $50, I can get 1,000 cards from Pakistan. I said, how the hell do you make this profit? How can you make a profit looking at the paper and everything? Guess what? You know what they used to do? They hijack the power plant and print the business card because there's no energy that they paid for. Just the card, just the paper. That stopped because the Pakistani are not, they don't play that kind of game anymore. But they used to do that. It just shows you the power of electricity. Having it across the street or having it inside your house. So let's think for Africa to have the basic necessity of electricity and water, clean water. That's what's killing our brothers and sisters. And then guess what? To get industrialized, man, by a ninth grader in Africa, man, he can build you a dam. They're so smart. Because you know what? They're like a sponge. They're young, they're kids. You teach them something, they will explore it to the max. And I've seen it. Each African country can tell you what their brilliant kids at ninth grader, they didn't even get to ninth grader yet, how brilliant they are. Can you imagine he bring electricity to the house? This guy's going to be reading overnight. My mother, when she's sitting in the dark, and when I turn on the light, I say, Mom, it's too dark. She goes, oh, may God bless you with the light. She's got electricity. She knows that. It's just a reminder. She's sitting in the dark. So that means Africans, we're sitting in the dark. So let's turn on that switch to have a brighter Africa. This is what I'm struggling with.
Thank you, Biggie. I think there's a lot of topics. Obviously, we need to have a part two, the technology, the technical that when Atezi talked about as well. The other
Yeah,
thing
by the
that Niger wanted to speak.
before sorry to interject. Before we end, before we go to part two, I'd like guys to check out Maslow hierarchy of needs. Then before we go to part two, then I think we will understand each other.
Okay.
Careful, I'm telling you.
I know it.
Hierarchy of needs. All this info. When they start telling you that this is what you need, this is what you need, you have to be careful. But let me just check it. Let me see. All right. Self-actualization, esteem, loving, and belonging, safety needs. Okay, that's individual based, isn't it? It's not regional or national.
Naja,
Yeah.
again, I think we need to have a very concentrated topics for
Yes.
electricity utilities.
Yeah.
What can we use? What is available right now, and how to even encourage investors to build a tower, just one tower, how much it costs, and what we can do to connect our countries. And if the relationship is working with Kenya and they establish that grid based towers, transmission towers, then it can work for others. So I think, Israel, we should have this basic topic for the next 100 days that me, Mika, and everybody else agreed. Let's see what we can do within the next 100 days, because this is very important for Africa. This is something that is water and electricity, how important that is. And especially when you're going to go and collect dirty water and being infected with bacteria, diseases, and everything, that controls a lot of things in Africa. So let's have a date where we can bring some specialists that knows how in the business of bringing electricity and water. I think this is going to be a great conversation, and that might generate an immediate project for the youth that need a job. If they get the right information, the right project funding, we're probably going to get a lot of the youngs and the youth that's going to take on these missions. And I mean on all African countries. So that's what I said, 2022, we should be actively, frankly, I mean, brutally honest and criticize the idea, save the person to come up with different idea. This is going to help us to excel in our mission as One Africa.
So I just wanted to share the Maslow's hierarchy for, I think when Atenzi
Yes.
wanted to say something, yeah. And after Mother Tenzi, we saying shalom. We're saying shalom now. When Atenzi,
Shalom.
Yeah, I was just wanted to demonstrate that what my brother here, Biggie and Niger, it's just you can be what you're arguing about. It can just be seen here as the psychological. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Hello.
it's from here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was talking about the psychological, which means the food, what my brother Biggie was speaking about, food, water, basic needs, electricity. It starts on the psychological. When you have achieved all this psychological, is when you start thinking about safety and below. And you just, I think you should just go read up on it. I can't explain it all, but it's a very interesting perspective to what we've been arguing the whole night. So yeah, just a bit of homework and knowledge for all of us.
I know about it. This is individually, but this is not national. This is an individual. Have the top 10% of societies have all this. They are actualized. They have money. They have all those things. And this is individual. I would ask you to learn to contextualize when you are reading stuff, because this is an individual way of actualizing themselves. That is what is based. But in terms of the national stuff, it's something different, and you have to read your history. Just read your history. Read the history of the fall of the Songa Empire, the fall of the Mali Empire, and then you understand how it happens. King Jaja Vobu, how it happens. Then you see you will just start seeing the pattern repeat itself.
Yeah, but
trying to bulk it.
I think Manatezi, just continue. We're not gonna debate and this one. We're gonna close soon. I'm closing.
yeah, let's not debate. Let's not debate. Yeah, it was just something for people to go and just check out. I found it very interesting. I didn't want to debate it, my brother to Niger, but a nation is made of individuals, so you cannot dismiss the individual in the nation, and you will find that even I know the fall of those civilizations, but there are also civilizations that fell because of this. So yeah, it's just a good read. Let us just, if you don't want, just read it. Just check it out. In short, that was my point.
In that Montezi, one thing that I would say, for me, I look at this triangle. This is the triangle that I mentioned a long time ago, but I will flip it. I'll flip the whole thing around. You see the psychological, they just put it on a broader side. Okay, for me, I flip this. I'll put psychological issue on the cone, upside down. That comes on individual base. If you really look at this and flip it around, it's where Africa needs to be. Okay, because the psychological, they just made it so big. For me, the self-actualization is the one that's bigger than what you see at the bottom line. So psychological way
it's
you
physiological.
look,
It's physiological.
exactly physiological. Flip it. Just
Yeah,
flip
the basic.
this on a small on the smaller count, okay, and keep building from that. Everything got to start from the bottom up. Everything from the bottom up. So the
Okay.
physiological.
Biggie, can we have a talk of this?
Mhm.
I'm really pressed for time to close.
Yeah, I know.
So
It just
let's have this topic. I think when Atez will come, as most of us know this, we can really come and really discuss it, and yeah, we can take it from there. But for tonight, I
no,
think
no, absolutely,
we,
absolutely.
we,
I'm
we,
sorry.
we
It just came out.
I'll
I
be closing
apologize.
now.
Yeah, you're on overtime, overdrive right now.
Overtime, overdrive, you know.
Hmm.
So, guys,
Thank you.
from our
Thank
side,
you. Thank you.
thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much. So thank you so much, Israel. I mean, this is a great topic that we brought in, and I'm glad we going to the right direction. And I want you to close it because we're not gonna stop. Like I said, 365 days, 24 hours a day, we can talk about things that we can make it valuable information that helps others. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That is really great. I don't even know whether there's anybody doing what you're
Yep.
doing. So,
Uh,
I
uh, 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 uh,
yeah,
I was, I,
you guys are going to grow fast, and I appreciate all the work you are doing, and I'm glad I was part of the discussion today.
I'll close it with Betty Aleline's statement. She says it is almost 2 in the morning in East Africa. Enough for today, guys. People are
I know,
addicted to this
Betty.
show. They want to sleep, but they can't sleep. You know.
Yeah, Betty, I know. Hi, Betty.
But we're going to sleep. Oh, we're going to sleep. We're going to sleep. I know.
Absolutely.
Biggie, you're still in the afternoon. So as for us, it's already morning. And yeah, but thank you, family, for joining us tonight. For those who've not subscribed, please subscribe. Please subscribe, like the stream, share with other people. But we almost the show is almost over. Turn on the notification icon so that you get notified and you are here on time, so that you can be part of the conversation from the start until the end. So from us tonight, it was good having a conversation about the electrification of Africa. We will definitely have another part in this 100 days that His Excellency Mika and Biggie proposed for Africa. That the first 100 days of this year, what are we planning? What are we doing? How honest are we going to be to each other in terms of what needs to be done in this continent? So be ready, come with topics, or come and join the whatever conversation we'll be having on the live streams. Participate, and I asked two people today to come and join us that I know they are forever on the chat, the only and GB, and even Abu Yak. It would be nice to see you, brother. And yeah, so join us, and tomorrow, I think it will be nighttime in Africa, afternoon for those in America and other parts of the world, or morning to those who will be in Asia, for example, Australia, China, South Korea. When we come in 9 p.m. East African time, join us and be part of the conversation every night. 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m. Central African time. Yeah. So anytime from 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., we are live. Join us and participate. And you never know. Tomorrow is another great show coming. His Excellency might be here. You might see my face here. You will see Biggie here. And let's keep the 100 days. Today is day what? Day 9, day 10. Biggie. So we have
I'll come back.
90 days of
Yep.
out of the
90
100 days. We
days.
have 90 days remaining. So
Yep. We got to come up
so
with topic fruitful and explain ourselves where we at.
exactly, exactly. So thank you, family, for joining us. Um, we've tried. We went over 4 hours. So much to talk about. So little time. and but we still need to act, and we still need to discuss more, and we still need to take a step of action. So till we meet again, it's shalom from me and Biggie.
Yeah, one more thing. I didn't see
One more-
Red Sea, but I see
Hey, let's see. Where's Red Sea, guys?
Alva Nalvino coming hard on this conversation. And Afro that beat, I can see that. I mean, I can see people that are really that Jamaica, you know. I mean, we got a lot of people, and make
Yeah,
sure that they join us so we can make this 100 days count. The first 100 days
exactly.
count. We need all
Exactly.
your help with all your idea.
Hmm.
Do not shy, please. This is very calling of Africa. This very calling of Africa.
Hmm.
Be
And
strong.
I just want to thank Abu Yak Barakat for joining us. Pi,
Yes.
always a pleasure seeing him. Pi there on the comment section as well. Uh, our brother who's based in Taiwan at the moment. Oh, do you know Biggie?
Uh,
Our sister from Somalia, Awu Ahmed. She's based also in the States. Good seeing you, Sister Awu Ahmed. Um,
yes.
yes, we miss you. Hope you can come and bring that motherly love again online, Awu. And Alva Alvino as well.
Uh,
Been really posting a lot today. And who else? Biggie on the comment section who's been really active tonight.
I don't know what language that is. He's always there, and I wish. I don't know if it's Russian or I don't know. Kono Koba. That's one thing that I can read. Uh,
Mm,
Maybe he's from Greek, but I see him a lot. And sometimes he puts something in there, and I cannot decipher what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
mm,
Well, we really appreciate if you really want to come on the show. Bring a translator if we don't, because I don't even know the language. Excuse me, but
mm.
he's commenting in there.
Wow, wow. Even the only
The only that's
the
right.
only is in busy. I think I'm not sure whether it's a brother or sister, but I know they are from South Africa. It'll be really interesting to hear their points and views. They always comment and drop a lot of information. Even GB, with GB, knowledge is power. Hey man,
I mean,
you know, hey,
we're doing great. I told you. This thing is gonna create some leadership. I mean, some
mm,
serious leadership in this movement, and keep it up. We talk about broader subjects, what's needed for Africa, and especially the youth. I want to keep the youth busy, creating jobs. That's another thing that I want to have a whole topic, creating jobs, and don't wait until somebody hands it out to you. There are other easy jobs. Maybe you might need a little micro funding and stuff like that, and encourage the youth, to be actively engaged, by being creative and being in the social fiber to help your fellow Africans. So I think you should invite more people that are really in need of those simple project processes and stuff like that, uh, like little project management and how they can see things differently. That's another topic that I would like to take within this 90 days.
yeah, I've just noted it as well for topic of discussion,
Mhm.
upcoming topic for discussion, creating jobs, and Panda Pecha as well. They've also been really active tonight. Thank you guys, thank you family for supporting us and being partakers and being part of a family that's growing together. Uh, um, really, really thank you. Even the Jamaican Jankro channel. I think this will be. The Jamaican Jankro channel, which means it's a YouTube channel. we'll have a look at it some other time. It would be nice to also have the Jamaican Jankro channel join us. Um, yeah, big if. But for tonight, I don't know if there's something that I'm missing out.
No, everything you said right now. Good night. I'll make sure that you go to sleep now.
Yeah,
Let's have the
yeah,
prayers. Thank you so
yeah,
much. We're on overdrive right now, so
yeah. Overdrive.
specifically for those of you in Africa, and you still listening. Um, Thank you for sticking around and be part of this conversation. It's very important.
Thank you very much, Biggie. For Biggie is my co-host, people. He's my co-host. He's my the chief. He's the voice. Is the one. When Big is here, I feel more relaxed. I know. Whew, the team is here. It represents Mika. It represents a lot of people, Chrissy and everyone. I feel at least at home. I feel that I've got a father begging me up. So thank you very much, Biggie. I really appreciate your presence
You're
always.
very welcome. This is the
You
least
know,
I can do, man. Promote our
thank you,
love,
thank you so
peace.
much.
Thank you.
Love
I
you, Biggie.
appreciate
They
that.
say we must tell each other that we
Always
love
love,
each
man.
other. Love you, Biggie.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And mm, and I love you guys that were joining here. I know that they will come tomorrow and say, "Yeah, why didn't you say you love us as well?" I love you too, Niger, Madara, Barakat, Mazatezi. I love you guys. I love you. I love even the guys on the comments, the guys that subscribe, the guys that support the channel. I love you guys. We love you. We love
We
you.
love you.
We love you guys.
Absolutely.
You know, we're not just saying this because we want you to support us. No, we are together in this, and we love you for everything. We love you. We love you. We love you. So yeah, family, we're gonna pray in closing, and it's gonna be shalom until we meet again tomorrow. Thank you, Abba Father, for this night that we've had. Thank you for a successful show. Thank you, Father, that we came as brothers and sisters to share knowledge, to share ideas, to sharpen each other. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray as we are going into in different places, wherever we are, whatever we do, I pray success and prosperity to each and everyone's work. In Jesus' mighty name, Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good
Thank
night now. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's Monday tomorrow, not Saturday.
It's already Monday for me. Eh?
That's what I'm saying. It's Monday.
Good night, family.
Good night.
Shalom, shalom,
Thank you.
shalom.
Shalom. Shalom. Shalom. All right. Good night.
Night.